How's it going? Welcome. We have a big old pile of dungeon tiles. So this is our 3D or our painting stream where we paint 3D miniatures. In this case, set design pieces that we're going to be doing. Good morning. Here's your morning clip. There you go. How is that for readability? We have a new
huge
chat monitor set up for our trifocally wearing members of the painting crew here, so that my dad here might actually get to read the chat as it comes in.
Yeah,
you have a chance.
I can redo a flip.
So, all I'm doing right now is getting all of the different pieces for this set that we're going to glue today put together in like pieces, get all the same pieces put together, just so it's a little easier to handle.
There's a huge pile of bases here. Each of these has holes in them. You can maybe see that. And into each of these goes a magnet ball. So we're going to be putting lots of magnet balls in little holes, spreading them out all over the place, keeping separation so that they don't go. Well, if you put them next to each other, they jump out and attach to each other.
We're starting this morning with gluing. These are all 3D models that we print ourselves on those printers behind me. And we're going to be attaching them to their bases. This is our old style. We have a new style, but we're getting through our older style first. And this is for the throne room set. We also have a Necromancer set and a Tavern that we probably will glue today. We also have a whole lot of doors and lintels to glue all together. And we'll see how far we get. When there are doors that need to be painted before we can assemble all of them.
Yeah.
So while I'm doing the doors, you can work on the wolves, because if we have time, we're going to work on more of these wild shape miniatures that we have. Last time we did a frog and an alligator, which I think are just there. Just Monday, we did this cute little frog, which is, there it is, this little poison dart frog, because my druid has seen a poison dart frog now, so we have one to be represented. And having grown up in a swamp, she's familiar with alligators. So we have this alligator mini. So that's what we did last time, and we have a bunch of other wild shape minis that we're gonna be working on.
Yep, 2 wolves. Brown one at the moment, at least. And the gray one I showed you a minute before.
So what I am doing is getting all the pieces sorted. There's like these columns and this big beautiful throne. These aren't getting glued to any bases, they're standalone, so I'm moving them over and out of the way along with the door and lintel pieces over to our priming station. And then I'm grabbing a little pair of alligator pliers. I can't wild shape into these though. Right?
Why, they don't fly?
So when these windows print, you can see this window here. It has a support structure that gets printed inside of it, like that. So that the filament, we use a filament deposit on these. Looks like our music didn't start this morning. Let me get that going. Usually it's a-okay, but... Or I guess maybe it did, and I'm just, well, huh. It's playing there. I'm doing a little quick troubleshooting while my dad...
puts little magnets into the bases.
Gets magnets in the bases. I might need to call in Lexi for some tech support here. But what I'm doing is just taking some of these players and removing the support structures. They come off pretty easily. They're just there to help bridge, let the filament bridge the gap on the window here.
Right. And what I'm doing, and for those of you who have seen this show before, you've seen how the finished tiles will kind of adhere to each other. That's because they have these magnets in the base underneath the decorative part of the tile, and the magnets rotate in there so that they're always opposite to opposite, and that lets them basically be magnetically adhered. You can easily put them together in a way that they'll hold without flying all over the place and fall apart. So this is kind of a, nothing is tedious, right? But this is one of the, essential parts of putting together these dungeon tiles, putting the magnets in that hold them together.
All right, so that is all there. So what I'm going to do is grab a stack of bases and help. We're gonna need to grab some of the new magnets here, aren't we?
Yeah, we're gonna run out. There's a lot of bases here.
And we have 2 more sets. Now this is the largest set that we have right now.
Is this another one of the throne rooms?
Yes, it is a throne room set.
Yeah, that was a nice one to paint. And it looks really good when it's put together. You were taking some pictures of it.
Yeah, we should actually have some pictures of a finished throne room set going out on our, whatchamacallit, social media today.
Yep.
So if you're interested in seeing what one of these that we're assembling here looks like when it is finished, good morning, you can check out our social media where we post pictures of all the things we produce.
Yeah, it's really cool. It even has a red carpet for the owner of the throne.
Although we're probably going to be changing it a little from what the one in the picture is.
So are we going to end up painting this one too after it's primed?
After it's primed, yeah.
Doing it the same as the other one, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Most likely.
And we remember what colors we used, I'm sure.
Yep. I do, at least. Do you?
Nope. Gray.
Gray was part of it. Neutral gray.
Gray on the walls and field blue for the floor. No. Dark gray for the floor.
Yeah.
We used field blue for the throne.
No.
No?
This is the throne.
That's the color.
We used field blue for the actual throne, not the throne set.
No, for the throne in the throne set.
Yes, we have field blue on the throne.
With gold chains.
Yeah.
And a jewel. Okay, well, that's about the end of those magnets. So we have some new ones.
Yep. They're over there.
Back here somewhere.
Those silver tins. Why don't you grab the one on the second shelf up?
These are the ones that are not so colorful, right?
No, they're not as many colors.
Yeah, and we'll never see them. They're.
Oh wait, no, these are the disc. These are disc magnets. Yeah. So it's those lower
little ones here.
Yeah.
Let's say neutron ball.
Oh yeah, we don't need to announce the company.
Okay.
That we bought them from.
We won't do that then. Okay, well, I'll take one of these hexagons here.
Yeah, they came in a little hexagon shape. Well, all the magnets came out of that one, but these are our new little magnet balls. So just go and get them all in.
Okay, I'm going to move some of this stuff out. We're covering the entire table here.
That's why we're only doing one set at a time, because these sets are fairly large and they
cover a large area. Yep. So I'm freeing up space here. Yeah, we have to leave separation among
between
the bases, because
if they get next to each other, they pull each other out until they're glued in. You actually reading chat because you can read now?
Doping flips?
Doing flips. Experimenting with your new power.
What?
Reading chat.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of weird. So it looks like you're almost done.
I have 2 more over here.
Mm-hmm. I just got one more of these 2x2s.
Then you can do that one.
I can do the 2x2.
Trying to be coordinated and do magnet putting in when you haven't had your coffee yet is a little rough. I'm a little on the cranky side this morning.
Again?
What do you mean again?
Why are you cranky?
I'm tired.
This is for the double door, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And almost all of these are corners. No, that's the other set.
That's the set you
That's the other
do.
set I designed.
This one only has 6 corners, a downright reasonable number of corners.
Especially given the size of
The
it.
corners are these pieces here.
That's the one opposed to the one we just were working on.
Which has 10 for some reason.
Yeah. Just corner after corner after corner. Okay. You want to just
put them back in?
Put it back in that.
That's a better storage
container.
unit.
Yeah.
So
now,
do you have any spare sheets of paper over there?
Yeah, there's actually quite a few for some reason. I don't know why, but there are.
I'm gonna clear my workstation a little bit. I have brushes, and people keep putting like pencils and X-Acto knives where I keep everything, so I'm not quite sure why, but I'm just gonna have some paper laid out for protecting the loosely protecting the table from having epoxy on it. We're going to be epoxying all of the bases here on top of the actual bases. The dungeon tiles get epoxied right on top of the bases. And those will help hold in the magnets.
All right. So I mix the epoxy and stick it on
the bases,
and then hand them over to Nikki, who
aligns it and sets it to dry.
Mm-hmm. You want to get one of those wooden things?
Not for this. I find when they're not aligning. So these were originally separate.
Right, the wall was separate from the floor.
And I needed a jig to help align it vertically. But with them joined together with the floor like this, the jig sometimes actually
got in the way.
So
I'm getting some paper towels and some isopropyl alcohol,
which is right there.
You'll need to be cleaning your fingers.
And I would generally do gloves for this, but I actually find that with the looseness of the glove on the finger, sometimes it gets pulled in between the two pieces I'm gluing and sort of stuck in there. So I'm going to be attempting to avoid and just cleaning my fingers more regularly.
So this is 5-minute epoxy. It sets up. It doesn't completely harden in 5 minutes.
It sets in 5. With glues, there's a difference between setting and curing. A set time means it's pretty, like, it's where it becomes like you can move it lightly and it's generally okay. Curing is when it's like fully done. It's like all the way.
So usually since it takes after I mix them together, 5 minutes for it to set up and become unusable. I usually try to mix enough to get maybe 5, depending on the size, 5 to 7.
If you do 6 squares, I can get these big old corners out of the way.
And usually the amount of time it takes to put 6 of them together is just about equal to the amount of time it takes for this to become so set up that it can't be usable. As they spread out a little bit, you can see that the epoxy one, the resin one, is a little smaller than the hardener one. Try to get them even, as close as you can.
Yeah, so generally an even epoxy will give you a proper glue, whereas if you have too much hardener in it, it will set up really quick. And if you have too much resin in it, it will stay slightly gummy and not fully cure. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And I'll have some coffee.
So what I want to do is get this. We want the corners, but we don't want it
in the magnet wells.
Like I just got that one. Good start to the day. I'm going to try to do it from the inside. Oh.
So I'm going to be starting with these pieces. They're the biggest and they take up the most space because they're not very stackable. Clear some room on them. And you have to be very careful when transporting them over each other because you're going to run into, because the magnets will pull each other out. So what I do is I set it over where it's going to dry, which is over there. Little camera movement action. I set it over there, and then I make sure it's aligned on top. I just have to make sure it's square on all sides, basically.
I'm going to get the corners from the outside and the middle parts from the inside. That way I can get the corners without getting it into the magnet wells. Mostly, hopefully.
And then I also like to go back and check. Sometimes, because it's just sitting on like a pillow of epoxy, as it cures, it can slide slightly. So it's good to just look back at the previous ones and make sure they haven't shifted over time. Down to the last two of those. Huh. Well, we can't glue that. I think this is when we had that power outage.
Oh, that didn't finish.
Yeah. So, that's an interesting little thing to talk about when we're not in the middle of a glue.
Is that one of the corners?
No, it's one of the arrow slits.
We probably have an extra one somewhere.
Most likely. So, 3D printers are printing like they are behind me, adding up layers over time of the filament. In this case, it's a PLA, which is
Plastic.
poly something lactic acid, I think. And if you, say, have strong winds or a storm in your area, and you have a power outage, even for just a flicker of a second, what can happen is the print stops, and often you can't really restart it. Depends on your printer, but you get something like that. So you can see some of the internal structure.
Yep, and it should look
like
that.
Like that. So you can see it was very close to finishing. And I see why in just like the pile of prints we're doing, it got mixed in there. But that is not a usable piece. So, interesting, but not what we can use here. So we'll have a piece missing. So I'll set it aside to remind myself that we need another one. And I'm gonna actually just go look quick. We might have one sitting around.
Yeah, it'd be nice to be able to finish the set. We just need to make a note to replace the one that Nikki is borrowing from something else. So last time I mixed a little too much and it hardened up before I could use it all. So this time I'm going to make a little bit less of it. And we'll plug away. What are we going to do next?
Whatever you feel like.
Well, I'm going to do bases. You can stick on whatever you feel like. Not finding one?
Not immediately, but I don't know where it might be stored. We'll look. Yeah. We have a lot more to glue today.
Yeah, plenty of time to find another one.
If you make squares, I'll stick something on it. If you make the big rectangle, I'll do that. But
yeah, I'm doing squares. Doing lots of squares.
So what I want to do here is transfer the more set pieces here off the table. And I'm just putting them right into our priming station that I have over here. I have a little
box,
airbrushing box. And just set those in there to make room on the table for more of these. Now, if you're 3D printing, we live out in the woods and lose power
a couple times a year.
But we have a generator for such issues. But the generator takes a second to turn on. And if you're in a place where you lose power enough that it's an issue, and they're 3D printing, one thing we have, you can't see it from the way the camera is angled right now, or because Dad's head is in front of it, but we have a universal power supply that our printers are wired onto, which will continue to supply them power even during a power outage. They're basically a battery.
Yep. So basically it covers the 10 seconds between the time the power goes out and the generator kicks in.
Yeah.
And since the generator's power is, somewhat uneven compared to line power,
it helps level it out.
Yeah.
So, if you're doing a lot of 3D printing, it's probably worth looking into getting, especially if you're in an area where power loss is a semi-regular occurrence. It's probably not unreasonable to get yourself a UPS, a universal power supply.
Yeah.
Just so you don't waste material when you're working.
A lot of you might have them if you have desktops or laptops that you have plugged in at home.
I think it's not universal. I think it's uninterrupted.
Uninterruptible, yeah.
That's me being awake this morning.
UPS. But not that one. It's the other one. I don't think that... No, there might be enough for one more. Let's see.
These are like a riser the throne sits on. Is that the last one of this run?
Yep. Mix up another one.
Yeah. Let's see, we're getting through it pretty quick.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, I don't know if we have another one of these floating around. There's one place I haven't checked. I'll go.
Any luck?
I have another of the big windows.
Well, you know what we can do is when one of these finishes, is just print another one. If we can find it on there.
Yeah, I'll see.
And
for the moment, we're gonna be one arrow slit down.
yeah, and maybe we'll take care of that maybe between shows.
Yeah, it's nothing too
make sure that it's there.
big of an issue.
So that when the set is primed, that'll be done at the same time. Because we won't be showing you the priming. It's way off camera.
And it's not honestly very interesting.
It's noisy.
And it's just the same thing over and over and over.
Yeah. So you just see pictures of Nikki spray painting her gloved hand.
I am gluing the risers and the stairs that go up to the risers right now. Just think if we get through all this gluing, you get to paint little animals.
And get to work on the wolves.
Yeah.
Some more, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, there's a bear, too.
There's a bear. There's like a wombat or something.
There's little unidentified mammal figures. Nobody's quite sure what some of them are. Someone thinks it's a badger. I thought it looked like a woodchuck.
I think it's a badger. Looks like a classic DnD wild shape animal, right?
Badger, yeah. Woodchuck probably isn't a classic D&D wild shape, is it?
No.
And if for some reason do, I'd say, oh, I want to be a
badgers. The advantage of a badger is it has a good dig speed. So you can dig underground with it.
But a woodchuck could chuck wood. It could be a ranged weapon. Or not.
Probably not. I don't think they actually chuck wood.
No, they do in that one commercial.
What?
There's a commercial where they have woodchucks chucking wood.
I don't watch live TV. So I don't see regular commercials.
They have a lot of fun chucking the wood. They throw it into a lake.
What is fun is on social media, I just block pretty much every single promotion that comes in front of me. So like I blocked like, GE and whatever, like Wendy's or whatever, all these big companies that advertise a lot. So now all my promotions on social media on my personal account are like completely like out there for like weird products because all of the major ones have been blocked, but they still
have to show
throw promotions at me. But since they have like no normal ones to throw anymore, and I still block the weird ones, but they just get more and more weird.
Well,
over time.
That's good to know.
So
if you want to see weird ads on your social media,
block all the major companies
ads as they come up.
So
and you'll get what's left.
There you go. Morning, Dr. Pumpkins, and morning. I can never say this name. Xana
Angel.
Angel. I can get
Hi,
Angel.
Welcome.
Can I go as Zan or Angel or Xana? Okay. Hey, that.
Doing well.
We're doing pretty good.
Nikki will explain what's happening again.
We are gluing in dungeon sets to be primed. And then after we get through the gluing, I'm going to be painting doors. You're going to be painting something more interesting than... So I'm just going to be painting little doorways, but my dad here is going to be painting wolves, I think, right?
I'm going to try to make them look like wolves.
You have wolf minis?
Yeah.
We got our wild shape set, because I play a druid, as some of you know. And rather than just say, I'm an elk, I wanted an elk mini that I could swap in. Right.
So instead, we got an alligator. You can show that off.
So, yeah, this is what we did on Monday.
And
we painted an alligator.
And a poison dart frog.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I mean, even if you're not a big painter, though. Thank you. Yeah, that was mostly Dad painted the alligator. I did some of the shading.
I did the frog.
And you did the frog. I was doing dungeon sets while he did all the fun animals. So,
yeah.
And in our DnD session fairly recently, Soria saw a poison dart frog, so she can turn into one now with wild shape. But they sell little like miniature animals that are like for kids that are about the right size. I think they come in big plastic tubes. So if you're like, I really want to have druid wild shapes and I don't want to paint. Oh. Dr. Pumpkins likes the colors on your frog.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, we had a turquoise paint that's floating around somewhere.
Yeah.
Over there, and
the real poison dart frogs are not quite so turquoisey. They're a little more greenish blue.
They're sort of teal, yeah.
But this paint showed up really well against the black, and on camera it looks good. It was kind of interesting to paint that. I got to use the tiny little brush to paint the tiny little lines.
What we need to go somewhere that has a giant scorpion, because a while back I painted this guy, and I have no reason to turn into... I'm not able to turn into an animal I haven't seen. Daughter lends you plastic dinosaurs for sessions. See? That's perfect. That's what I want. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I spent a while doing this one. I really want to see some dinosaurs in the game so that I can turn into them, because dinosaurs are beasts in DnD. So I could theoretically, if I saw one, turn into one. So we need to do like a
time travel thing.
land that time forgot sort of thing, right? Like those old black and white movie, where you like go into like a volcano and there's an island with dinosaurs in it.
Yep. Forgotten dinosaurs, not artificially constructed ones like on some island that we won't name that was in a movie.
Oh. Some non-feathered dinos that were mixed with frogs.
Now, why you would, mix amphibian DNA with proto-bird DNA, I don't know. I mean, that was just a weird decision, because the amphibian DNA isn't going to be at all like the dino DNA. But you have to say it right. Dino DNA.
Eberron has a whole culture with dinosaurs, and Forgotten Realms has troll. Yeah, we play in a world that our DM made up, created. So I don't know if there are dinosaurs, because if we're playing in one of those settings, I would definitely just be like, hey, why don't we go take a cruise over here and see some dinosaurs for fun? Yeah, exactly. I haven't actually played in Eberron, other than I know it's sort of the like, there's been a huge magical war, and there's Warforged, which are basically sentient golem people. Things like that, but I have played a fair amount of things with Forgotten Realms. Yeah, oh yeah. Well, I don't think that'll work. I'm married to the DM, so she like, I don't know, I don't think she'll put up with me bribing her. Maybe you'll have to bribe her.
What could I do?
Give her money to send us to a dinosaur island.
Just give her money. Like real money.
Yeah, real life money.
Not like little copper and silver pieces in the game.
No, like real money to get dinosaurs.
Our real money's worth a whole lot less now than it was just a couple weeks ago. And there's less of it thanks to the stock market.
I'm gonna be moving some pieces off. Oh yeah.
I'm mixing a little smaller amount this time because I don't have enough to make a batch. I mean, it sets up too fast to make a batch for all 8 of these. Usually I can get 6 out of a batch. So I'm mixing up enough for like 4. We'll see how that goes.
Oh, Spelljammer light. Yeah, did you see? I'm kind of excited. They announced they're bringing Spelljammer back.
Do this. This is the a double-sized one for the Dumbledore.
For this piece.
Not to be confused with Dumbledore.
Yeah, Wizards announced that they're doing Spelljammer set for 5e, which is pretty exciting. I'm thinking I might run a mini series on the channel for it. I think it's in August. And Dragonlance, yep. Exactly. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I was thinking we could do a Space Pirate Spelljammer miniseries, like 3 to 6 episodes.
Oh yeah, I like being pirates.
Space Pirate.
Well, even better. That was one of my favorite characters.
Your pirate.
Yes. Dwarf.
You'll play?
The dwarf.
Yeah.
A dwarf pirate bard.
Yeah. All right. This one always takes a little extra because it's big. To make sure it's squared up right. There we go. Yeah. Oh, watch Firefly? Yeah, I haven't watched Firefly in a long time. It's been a while now. But yeah, that's a good inspiration for a good space pirate mini romp.
Warfly? Ua Gem is doing
Ua Gem
really good
is-
spelling today.
Yeah, it would be perfect. Although, I guess if I was doing, I would. I almost want to do more of a Farscape style Spelljammer. You know, that would be. I feel like Farscape would also be a good Spelljammer sci-fi feel vibe.
It's pretty weird being able to see the chat channel.
Yeah, we got a big monitor. Yeah. See, now you know what I'm thinking with Farscape. Yeah, someone can be a little toad guy on a floating chair. I actually had a silly D&D game in college where someone basically played Rigel, right? Again, it's been a while since I watched these.
Okay, it looks like we got. No, we only have 3 left because we have the
misprint.
missing print. So I'll make just a tiny bit here.
Yeah.
Probably the tiny bit will be just a bit too tiny. And then we'll make an even tinier bit.
Yeah, so we had discovered that this print, we had a few power outages a while back, and I think when this one was printing, it got interrupted. But it wasn't noticed, so you can see that piece isn't usable. Because it was right at the end, too. It was like
3 more.
There's like
passes.
3 millimeters left on this piece, and the power went out. And that's before we got the uninterrupted power supply. So that piece is, yeah, I know. It feels like it's so sad because, you know, you end up not being able to use all of this PLA. Although there are PLA recycling systems, they just cost a ton. Where you grind up a bunch of pieces and it melts it all down and reprocesses it as a thread, as a spool. But they're more for industrial stuff and not something like this. Yeah, I think they're like, I want to say $10,000 to $20,000. So
you'd have to recycle a lot of PLA to make that back.
I think we determined you'd need to make like something like 5,000 or 10,000 spools, kilogram spools, to make it be worth, like, to start getting your money back. So it is cool. They're pretty neat, and you can actually do some fun stuff with them, like have mixed colors where they, so it gets like because if you put a bunch of different PLA colors, yeah, we could finish it in resin. We're actually looking at getting a resin printer in the near future here, so we can do more miniatures on the show. I think Lexi's researching resin printer, what resin printer we want today, actually. But that way we can make miniatures more like this, and the animals that we've been doing, and characters and stuff. For resin's not super cheap compared to PLA, but it's way better than buying a mini. Yeah, what kind of resin printer do you have? I I don't know what she was looking at. I think there was like an Arctic something.
I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm asking you.
No, because I haven't been in the loop on that.
The question is, do we want to glue another set together, or do you want to take a break from gluing?
No, it's okay.
Alright.
I mean, if you've got another set and if we have space.
We technically have space.
Oh.
A Crealty 002H. Cool. Yeah, we also... We have... The printers behind us are flash forges, but we have a Crealty Ender 2. Crealty Ender something. That is working upstairs as well. So Crealty is a pretty good brand. So we'll take a look at that one too, probably.
Oh,
so this is the Necromancer set. It has this big pool in it.
I really like the Necromancer set.
Yeah, I know. It's been a while since we've done one.
Yeah, it's been one of my favorites.
It has a little sarcophagus in it. I'm gonna set the pieces that don't get glued out of the way so that they are out of the way.
Or we can start putting little magnets in.
And I think all of the bases for these, it's smaller and good for minis, not too pricey, 500 Canadian. Yeah, that's pretty good actually. Yeah,
Yeah, all the bases are somewhere else.
they're in the bottom drawer over there.
Okay. Oh, these are just the specialty bases.
500 Canadian, what, 50 US? Probably. No, I think.
No.
I know you're joking. But yeah. I think that's about the price range we're looking for, because we're looking to do minis and not like big cosplay pieces and stuff.
How many do we need?
14. There should be exactly enough.
There are exactly enough.
See? Sometimes our printer can count. Set the big pieces together. One thing that we want to do is when our characters reach level 5 in the D&D campaign, we want to design new figures for them to sort of reflect how they look now as opposed to how they looked when we started. Thank you. And I really want to get a resin printer so we can print them ourselves, which saves quite a bit of money. Because you can buy a lot of the various character designing dealers where you can go in and use their digital tools to make your character. You can buy the SDLs for way less than if you have them print them. And one of the advantages of that is my druid, Soria, just recently learned the enlarge reduce spell. So we could also print a double-sized version of each of our characters. So, like, for example, I enlarged Ulseth here in a fight recently, and we could have a double-sized Ulseth that we also print and paint and actually swap in a double-sized mini to reflect that, which would be pretty awesome.
Yeah. Well, awesome. I don't know, double-sized 9s might be...
Terrifying.
Could be.
Likewise, we could do a half-size if I reduce someone.
Okay, I don't want to paint the half-size ones.
No. Yeah, that might be fair. Another thing is...
making that frog look really simple.
Ulseth here is a furbolg, so furbolgs can innately use a ability that lets them turn invisible for a round. So we could print a clear version of Ulsa.
Mm-hmm.
You printed multiples of your character for mirror image. Awesome. Yeah, that's really cool. So you're playing like a wizard or a sorcerer, I'm guessing, if you have mirror image. So we could print like a clear resin version of Ulseth, and when you turn invisible, we can swap in an invisible, like a clear miniature to represent the invisibility. Oh, they died? I'm sorry. Well, if Soria ever dies, I am thinking about doing...
Well, that's how that works.
Did you get them too close to each other?
No, they just bounced out. Oh, I must have gotten too close to this one.
Yeah.
Came out.
If Soria ever dies, one of them, I am thinking about playing a wizard. Or if we ever finish this campaign, eventually. Although maybe after playing a druid, I'll play something simpler, like a barbarian, where I just have to hit stuff.
Well, you could be like a fighter like me, never hit stuff.
That's just you. That's not a problem with the fighter class.
Oh, it's not?
No, it's a problem with your luck.
Oh. That's why I got the luck feat.
To try and mitigate
so that
it.
when I roll a 3.
Do you have more?
Yeah. So when I roll a 3, I can roll again to see if I can get a 1 or a 2.
Elegoo abs like clear resin is glass like. Okay, cool. ABS like clear resin, yeah. That's kind of what I'm thinking. So I'll write that down. I'll go through chat and write that down when I'm done here today. Because I feel like 9s, bards I think get invisibility at some point. I feel like 9s with invisibility would be pretty great. Do you have any more?
I'll have to go get another tin.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just finish this one.
Oh, you can grain dyes? Yeah. Yeah, we'll have a lot of messing around to do with resin printing, because I know it's very different than oh, you can get resin dyes, yeah. I know it's quite a bit different from filament deposit like we're doing for these. Careful. Oh, these ones are pink.
I just need hardly any.
Hey, no, thanks, Dr. Pumpkins, for coming and chatting. It's great to see you.
Thanks. Great.
That does make a quick question for people watching. Is the music coming through? I feel like we usually play music in the background here.
So please join us.
Have a good dinner.
Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Thanks for joining in. Okay, well.
I theoretically have enough if they were to stay in the little cups. The last one.
Mm-hmm.
Always a problem. Alright.
Okay.
So we're going to be gluing a cool Necromancer set next.
Yeah, I think the Necromancer set is...
Your favorite?
Yeah. Yeah, it really is cool. With the pool. Are we going to make a green slimy pool with this one again?
I don't know. So we do, in our Necromancer set here, we have this big pool piece. And we actually put a clear resin that hardens in it. So it creates a liquid effect in the pool. And we dye it different
colors. We did a green slime.
A purple necrotic-y kind of one.
Yeah, and a blood pool.
And a blood pool with like clotted blood in it. I don't know. We'll have to talk through what we want to do for the official one.
Maybe we'll ask our Patreon
people.
Yeah, we'll ask our Patreon people what color the pool should be.
Yeah. Exactly. So I'm gonna start with the corners, the kind of the biggest pain. While you're getting that mixed, I'm gonna look quick because I have a feeling our
music isn't playing.
Music is not coming through. White glue does that. Does it get a nice hard surface with white glue? I can look into that. I think I'll grab one of the pools.
Yeah, white glue like the old classic Elmer's glue. Yeah, it goes in milky, but it dries clear. It looks pretty decent.
This is the sort of pool that we use. So we have this sort of liquid effect. Alright, well, I'll look into that, and I'm gonna also look at the music, because I'm not sure why it's not. Oh, thank you. Sorry, I'm a little like, what is going on with our music here? Because it's showing it's playing.
No, but it's not coming through on the stream.
That might have done it. I think that did it. So let me know if it didn't. Troubleshooting is always a part of streaming, I find. No matter how much you prepare, there's always like one little thing that like update messed up.
So in your one shot, did you
a pink pool with chunks. That sounds fun.
Chunks.
Oh, good. Thank you for letting us know the music's running now.
So in your one shot, did the sheriff have trouble shooting?
I think so. Yeah. Why?
I mean, you were talking about.
I know. You're troubleshooting.
You get jokes.
We shot trouble.
You did.
That's a joke. I don't know if anyone's played Paranoia. It's called. It's a sort of a niche role-playing game from a while back, where you play as the setting is there are these giant like biodomes. Basically, they're like these completely sealed cities where everything is like internally supported, and it's ruled over by a sort of a sentient cut up or failed minis for body parts are the chunks. That'd be cute.
Oh yeah. that would work.
Yeah,
that would be.
Oh, so have you played Paranoia? Yeah. So you're like trapped in this city, and there's a sentient AI called Friend Computer that controls absolutely everything and is represented by this giant eye that's on every like monitor, constantly watching and monitoring everyone. And you play as troubleshooters, and your job is to find trouble and shoot it. But often you are secretly subverting the will of this like authoritarian AI system. Is sort of that's the general loose concept of the game. It's one of those sort of like very, yeah, paranoia is equals psychotic Big Brother. Yeah. Where you have like the show Big Brother. Where it's monitoring everything all the time. And you have to sneakily go around it. It's a pretty cool setting. It's one of those like it's so specific of a setting that you're like, you know, it helps constrain things a little bit, which can be a good thing because you're able to tell a more like encapsulated story within it rather than something where it's a big sandbox and anything could happen, which can sometimes actually be a little too much. I like settings like that. Whereas something like Rifts is a little more open-ended because that's like a sci-fi setting all about how like interdimensional. It's sort of like a multiverse setting where rifts open up all over to like different universe. You used to use it for one-offs to break some tension. That's a good idea. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, because it's a bit silly, and kind of fun, and like its whole setup is fun. Someday I want to play a mouse guard game. Talking about other non-D&D settings, and there's a lot of really good non-D&D settings. We play D&D on the show just because that's what we grew up with, but there's a really good Star Wars setting. There's a really good there's a Warhammer setting, Rogue Trader, that's harsh but good. There's all sorts of bizarre settings. I have a book for this weird German made RPG setting called Angle.
It's about angels.
If you want to play like a over-the-top Dragon Ball Z style game, there's Exalted, where everyone's basically playing like a demigod. Yeah, Dark Souls has a setting. Aren't they making like a Dark Souls D&D modified setting or something like that? I heard people had some mixed feelings about it. Because I think they were doing some stuff like they were making stamina and hit points the same number, so you actually got hurt technically for rolling, for like doing a dodge, stuff like that. I don't know, I didn't read too much into it, but there was some official, like a third party was making a semi-official Dark Souls D&D setting. And people were like, oh, that's really cool. But then there was some questions with like, these rules are a little clunky and odd. That you're sort of like it's getting changed, not for any good reason, but just to change it. Is sort of the vibe it gave. But I didn't read too much into it, so I don't know that much about it. So don't take my word as, you know, truth on that.
You're not telling the truth?
I am. I tried to. But a mouse guard setting. Do you know mouse guard?
Heard of it. I'm not familiar with it.
So, do you remember the Redwall books?
Oh yeah. Oh, that's right. You talked about that. It's basically
it's you know, you play mice.
very similar to that.
It's like mice and fantasy, like Redwall, where you're actual rodent-sized. There's also a board game that's similar, Mice and Mystics. That's sort of in the same vein. But yeah, it's actually it started as a graphic novel, but they made a role-playing game based off of it. Mouse Guard. Yeah, there's so many good ones. There's like superheroes, you have mutants and masterminds, things like that.
Just enough for one of these round corners.
One round corner. All right. I will prep for that. There's a lot of really cool non-D&D games out there. Heroes Unlimited as well for superheroes, yeah. There's one cute one called it's more like a smaller one-shot style thing. It's called Spirit of the Century, and the whole thing is you're basically playing like a pop adventure, like an old paperback adventure hero, kind of like Indiana Jones sort of stuff, with like over-the-top stuff happening.
I'm going to do this in 2 batches.
Okay.
This last bit.
I'm just moving the pieces that are hardened off. And that's not even mentioning some of the really larger ones, like the White Wolf ones, World of Darkness, which is like vampire, mage, werewolf. I played some of those back in the day. I always liked mage the most of the World of Darkness settings. The flavor really tickled me. In those settings. But yeah, they're... You're just catching up on chat.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of really cool non-D&D games out there, and like I get why D&D is the big one. It's been around a long time. It has a lot of correspondence. Yeah, no, I played a little Mage the Ascension back in college, and I really loved that setting. I get why D&D is like the big one. It's also the biggest company, which helps a lot in promotion. But I think it's definitely great. Life Magic, you made you a great surgeon. Oh yeah, I bet so. It's sort of like just circumventing some of the normal things by using magic. That'd be pretty cool. And then there's always like a million awesome new RPGs that are coming out, like with Kickstarters and stuff too. It's hard to keep up. I mean, and that, I haven't even mentioned like Pathfinder and stuff. That's a huge one, obviously. But even that's, I mean, it's basically D&D 3.5 that they built off of. But I know there's Pathfinder 2 now as well, which moves away from that a bit. So we only have these 3 bigger pieces. Well, one small piece and 2 big pieces.
Yeah. The doorway and the pool.
And you're working on the doorway next?
Mm-hmm. Now this one went faster because it's smaller. The throne room's our biggest set, isn't it?
Yes, the throne room is our largest set. Yeah, it's DnD 3.75. Is Pathfinder 1. And I played Pathfinder for a while because, you know, there's the era of D&D 4th edition, which was fine. It wasn't great. It was a little too much of a combat simulator and let too little of a role-playing game for my personal taste, but I know some people liked it. Between 3.5 and 5th edition, I played Pathfinder a fair amount. I haven't actually gotten to sit down and play Pathfinder 2 yet, so I don't know quite what's different. Yeah, I played one campaign in 4th edition, and it was fine. And after that, we just switched to Pathfinder because it was, it wasn't really what we were looking for. It felt too much like a video game that you imagine instead of playing it on a computer. Okay, so
there's the Necromancer set.
There is one Necromancer set. We're getting through all this gluing.
Issue with the spinning fingers. Okay, do you want to do another set? Do we have one, or do you want to move on to something else?
We have a tavern still to do. But the advantage of it was fine. Yeah, exactly. It was fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's just fine.
Well, we have what? I see we have some doors.
Yeah.
Do some doors?
You want to do some doors instead of more dungeon sets?
Well, before we take a break, or before I take a break.
Yeah, before you take a break. Why don't we do the tavern before you take a break, and while you're on break, I'll start painting doors.
Yeah, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 single doors and a double door.
5.
These that are done.
Yeah. Yep.
The other doors will take a little while to paint. Actually, if you wanted to, we could start painting those to do something different.
You really don't want to glue one?
No, it's okay. It's just trying to get some variety.
We can start painting other things. I'm fine with that. Let me just move things off of the table. Why don't you work on your walls for a little bit? I'll paint the doors.
Okay.
And I'll set this set aside for now.
So, yeah, this is a wolf I've been starting to work on. It's really shiny. I'm not sure what to do about that. Will the wash tone it down, maybe?
The wash will tone it down.
So what I did was I put a base coat of dark gray paint on, and it is often the case when you put a dark color on and kind of brush large surfaces, there's just little spots all over the place that didn't get covered. So I'm going to do that. And what color do you think I should do these little hackles? Just highlight them. Thinking just highlighting them was...
Well, here, I'm going to pull up a picture of a wolf for you.
Oh, yeah, okay.
When doing miniatures, especially animals, I like to actually...
see what they look like.
Gray. Wolf. We'll just do a nice Google image search here.
Okay.
Images. Alright. So
they're a lot lighter than what I've done. And a lot. Okay.
So they're almost white on the bottom, then they're sort of a tawny brown, and then they have sort of black and white splotchiness on the back.
Yeah, I'm not sure we have the right paints.
Well, you could do ivory for like the lower part.
Do we have any kind of...
You could almost get away with like a dark sand or a deck tan. Deck tan might be good.
Okay. So I'm going to basically start this all over again.
Yeah.
There's a lot of light highlights on the legs and on the face.
Here's another.
Yeah, it's pretty white underneath. So I'm thinking this deck tan, which has kind of a brownish in it, let me give that a go. And then paint the darker spots on the top. What does the tail look like?
You want a tail? I'll get to your comment in a second. I'm just getting... for some reason, they don't take a lot of pictures of wolf butt.
Oh,
is there one?
Yeah, there was one. Okay, well, basically I have to repaint this whole thing, so that's okay. We'll leave one of those.
Here. Here's the tail shot. If it will. There we go. That one's almost all brown, actually.
Yeah.
So what wolf would you like as your reference image?
No, I'll make them both the same, actually. They'll be part of a pack.
How about this guy? Okay. Yeah, well, my dad is the one, he grew up doing the, Xana had a comment about how awesome it is I get to share a massive hobby with you. And that they're waiting for their kids to get interested so you can teach them. Yeah. You grew up doing models like airplane and boats.
Basically airplanes, I did a lot of
mostly airplanes. And we have a big pile of unmade airplanes just off camera over there.
That I was going to spend the last 8 years of my retirement building, and I have done
none of them.
So far, zero. Yeah.
Could I have the little alligator clips? Thank you. Yeah, here's the alligator clip. You do that. Right
there.
Yeah, these are what I was looking for. And I'm gonna move your wolf picture.
Yeah, you can make it a little smaller.
Over here. And we're gonna
resize it and put it in the upper right. Huh, yeah.
Nope.
That one was big enough.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's close enough. I have an idea of what I'm getting into here.
Yeah, DnD does have an effect on plans that way.
So almost everything about this is totally wrong, so I'm starting over.
So you did a whole bunch of models growing up, and then when I was in middle school or so, you and my older brother started doing a lot of Warhammer painting.
Oh yeah, we got a big Warhammer box.
Warhammer Fantasy, specifically,
Orcs and Goblins.
Not 40K. My brother did High Elves, you did Orcs and Goblins, and I, wanting to be like my cool older brother, started to do Lizard Folk. The Lizard Men, Lizard Folk. I forget what they were. Grab a...
So basically, this whole thing is going to be painted this light color.
I'm gonna reach over.
I can put the darker color onto it later.
So around the same time that I started painting Warhammer figures, and I was like just in middle school when it started, so I wasn't very good, but I definitely also painted with you. a lot of skinks and whatever the saurids, whatever the bigger ones were. That's when I think I was about 10 when we got the 3rd edition starter set. And I started playing DnD as well. Oh, this is red brown. I want flat brown. Is that over there? Thank you. So I started doing miniature painting on D&D about the same time, at about 10. But before that, I was always really into fantasy stuff. I think I watched Willow, the movie, like 30,000 times, I want to say.
Yeah, Willow, Labyrinth, Princess Bride.
Princess Bride, yeah, that was a good one. Is a good one still. Did you see Carrie Elliott is in the hospital? He got bitten on the hand by a rattlesnake while gardening.
Ooh. Where was he gardening?
He lives out in California or something. You know, it's dry and hot there. Full of snakes. He seems to be fine though. So.
Yeah, you can get all sorts of really bad after effects from that though.
Yeah. Mad Mardigan, yep, that Willow. That's Val Kilmer, right? Played Mad Mardigan in Willow. So I watched a lot of those growing up. They're making a Willow TV show for Disney Plus, I think. Which is pretty cool. I'm actually going to use an alligator clip here and just hold it right there so I can handle this a little better.
What I've decided to do is just paint the whole thing this lighter color, and then I can maybe, if I have any skill at all, layer the darker colors onto it.
You like the brownies in Willow? I for some reason I really like the trolls that he petrifies with the acorns. I was like, that was my favorite section of the movie. God, it's been a long time since I watched that. I'm going down memory lane right now. I'll have to go back and see how well it holds up.
So how old are your kids? Just wondering about when you can get them into.
Yeah, so I was about, I was into fantasy stuff and, from very early, but I didn't start playing D&D and painting until about 10.
Yeah, we played
8 to 10.
An awful lot of PC.
Oh yeah, I played like point and click adventures a lot, like
all the King's
Quest, Quest for Glory,
Monkey Island.
Yep. That was also something I grew up with.
Hours and hours and hours playing those together.
Yeah.
As a family.
We would, the whole family would sit around the old beige computer and
try to figure out the puzzles without looking them up.
Yeah. Or not point and click, but there was also Betrayal at Krondor, Return to Krondor, and Betrayal at Antara, which were based in the Feist books. The Raymond D. Feist books. 9, 12, 15, 17, 22. Wow, you have a big range there. Your 9-year-old's getting interested, but Fortnite, oh, yeah. Yeah, you didn't have to compete with Fortnite back in the day, did you?
There wasn't really anything on that to compete with it, no. I mean, who could compete with the adventure games? Carandia, Monkey Island.
Kyrandia are my favorite point-and-click games. By Westwood Entertainment, which was a French company, I think.
Grim Fandango,
Tim Schafer's. Yeah, there's a lot more competition from for hobbies from video games now, just because there's a lot more video games.
Mm-hmm.
And
we
then,
didn't really have first-person shooters because the computers couldn't do that.
And then when you're all your friends at 9 are playing Fortnite or something, then it's like, well, I need to be like them. I need to be cool too.
Okay, so I'm undercoating this whole thing in this. I think that's kind of a good undercoat color. It's kind of grayish and brownish at the same time. And I'm going to paint the other one the same way.
So they're matching?
Yeah.
Or similar?
Similar.
That's one thing you could do is
have a much better start than these. These colors did not work at all.
You could convince your 9-year-old your first computer was a Tandy 1000 RL. I don't know what that one is. Tandy 1000 RL.
Yeah.
The first computer I played games on was your Texas Instruments.
The TI-99.
The TI-99.
Little cassette games.
It had cartridges for the games, and its memory was it ran Windows 3.1 in black and white. Nice.
Yeah, black instead of green. When the black and white screens came out, it made it so much better than everything being green.
The Texas Instruments that we played on, the memory was a cassette tape. Yeah, the RAM.
Yeah, pretty much.
Was a cassette tape. That's still hanging around somewhere, isn't it?
We actually have at least 2, maybe 3 of them.
Sitting around in the back room.
Yeah, because we got Gretchen's sister's one. In their original boxes.
I'm sure a museum somewhere.
Have them already.
Because they made plenty.
Yeah. When we went to the Computerspiele Museum in Germany.
Oh yeah, you went to that, right?
Mm-hmm. In, where's it, Lübeck? Or was it Berlin?
You used to hit the monochrome button for green just to have colors.
No. Oh, I remember when EGA came out, there were 4 colors. Remember those? It was pink and some sort of slightly aquamarine-ish green color. And that was amazing. But then, what was it? The 8-color VGA came out. That was really startling at that point. Then we started playing, really fancy games like King's Quest and stuff.
Well, something you should do with your 9-year-old is get them and some of their friends together and just sort of do like a really fun one-shot of D&D to see it and see if they'll if they get some interest in it, because I think that would be really awesome having.
Yeah, especially if the whole group was together, all their friends, and it's not weird for them.
Everyone's doing the same game.
And you could have fun being the DM. Trying to remind them to stay in-game and not metagame.
That's what we did growing up. All my friends would come over to our house, and we would, play D&D I don't know, a couple times a month, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
You were stuck with the Tandy until 2001? Wow.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. We started buying PCs, I don't know, like in 94 or 5. I can't even remember the dates anymore.
I remember you would get gateways because they had the cow boxes.
Yep, yeah, we got gateways for a while. We bought Dells for a while. Basically, we bought a new one like every 2 years because the technology was just changing so rapidly. You probably remember that. It's just, all of a sudden, oh yeah, hard drives. Boy, when hard drives first came out, and you could load an entire game onto your hard drive instead of having to
swap floppy disks
in and out during gameplay during the whole thing. That was just amazing. And everything was controlled with the DOS language. I mean, there were no windows or anything yet. Type in the commands,
type in run dot, run,
search for the file name, do copy. Made lots of copies and backups. Actually, I kind of liked that. I was actually really good at that and machine language programming, and then it just stopped being
like a normal everyday thing.
Yeah.
Your dad refused to get something if it still worked. Yeah. It still worked. You're sort of like that too sometimes, but with weird things.
Yeah.
Dawson Norton Commander.
Yeah, I got pretty good at DOS, and then Windows came out and you just clicked on things
and it ruined it.
It stopped being interesting.
Isn't the story that Windows was like a side project at IBM, and then like when they were touring it, Steve Jobs saw it and was like, "Oh, I'm gonna take that."
Yeah. Jobs stole it, and then Microsoft stole it back.
Yeah, something like that. Well, it was IBM originally that created it.
Yeah, IBM actually did everything. But they just could never compete in the home computer market.
Well, you say that, but I'm pretty sure actually the reason Microsoft took off is that Bill Gates' mom was on the same board with the director of IBM and convinced IBM to invest heavily in Microsoft and her son's company.
Oh yeah, that's important to not do any insider sort of stuff like that.
So
okay.
I'm pretty sure that's accurate.
So now I've got the wolves. Okay, they're ghost wolves. They're done.
They're ghost wolves. Are you already frustrated with the wolves?
Ghost wolves. Woo! I'm just gonna go back and touch up. I just did the whole wolf in this base coat color, figuring I could add colors or give them over to Nikki, and Nikki could add colors to make them look wolfy. She is actually an artist, a real official artist, and I am officially a paint dabber.
You do a very good job with the models.
I'm very proud of the frog.
The frog is great.
I'm really surprised
It's
I could
adorable.
hold my hands steady enough, long enough to do that. At some point, people my age usually can't, hold things steady enough to make this work.
Well, I think part of it is people stop doing it, and you like lose the muscle.
The muscle tone.
The little, micro muscle movements that you need to do.
So I have to say that even as ghost wolves, these look a whole lot better than the brown and gray I had put on there earlier.
Xana's saying dry brush with gray and then add some black.
Yeah, that's probably
A good way to do it.
good. Yeah, maybe a little brown. It looks like, looking at the wolf color right around the edges, it's kind of a brownish color, a light brown, almost like the buff color. And then
Yeah, you're gonna build up layers, I think. Your arthritis messes up so many of your minis.
oh,
Yeah, I imagine that would make it hard. Luckily, I mean, the nice thing about minis is it's really hard to mess them up to the point that you can't, redo it.
this deck tan looks good. I'm thinking, yeah, it's almost like the highlights right along the edges, and they would have to be dry brushed. It's really light.
Yeah.
It's like a brown, kind of a buff color.
You could do the dark sand
then
or the
gray.
buff.
Yeah, I'm thinking the buff. The dark sand is too yellow.
The dark sand. Yeah, that's what you use for the crocodile belly.
Yeah. That's going to be, and then a boundary right around here in these areas. Down on the legs a little bit.
He's looking at our
I'm looking at a picture of a wolf.
a picture of a real wolf.
Wolves are way more complicated than frogs in terms of colors.
Just color though.
And then it goes into gray, and then there's even black highlights.
And then there's little spots of white on
white
top.
Spots. Yeah, Nikki's gonna do these.
What? I'm making doors. You said you wanted to do them.
Well, it was either that or the badger. I still think it's...
There's also a cat and a big cat. I claimed the elk.
Yeah, because you really like turning into elks.
You stick to summer painting? What's summer painting? Like painting in summer? Right? Gotta get this little spot in the doorknob. There we go.
Okay.
So you're really not gonna do the wolves?
Yeah, I'll work at them. I mean, if they're really messed up, it's easy enough to just repaint them.
Yeah, painting anything furry is
I'll just keep putting layers of the same base coat on over and over and over until the detail is gone, and it's just like a four-legged tailed blob of deck tan paint. So the other thing I'm going to do, because I almost forgot to do this.
Oh, it's better on your arthritis. That makes sense. Warm, dry weather.
Oh.
Painting anything with fur, though, yeah, is a pain.
I painted this egg a while ago, and we're going to be spray painting a gloss coat over it, but there's spots.
Smooth wolf. Yeah, it's one of those shaped wolves that you hear so much about on the news. Right?
Yeah, people are always talking about the shaved wolves.
A lot of
I know we are.
That's all Story ever turns into is shaved wolves.
I mean, we're talking about them now, right?
Exactly.
So,
like we usually do.
Frequently. I'm just getting a little out of paint and touching up these little spots.
And it's not something sad like a wolf with me. Xana likes the egg.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I painted these last week when I was doing a solo show. Here, I got a couple of them.
After Easter.
Yep. These are dragon eggs. This is the flame dragon egg. Look at, there's a spot there again. Okay. What I need to do is touch this up some more before spray coating it. And then this is my favorite. This is a metallic dragon egg.
Show the opening function. because it's an Easter egg, actually.
Yeah, these were printed, believe it or not, on the printer back there, and with screw threads, and you can put little treats inside. I was saying, like $100 bills or golden eagle,
Or a baby
coins,
dragon mini.
or a baby dragon, yeah, or a little chocolate thing,
A chocolate baby dragon.
or just a little piece of chocolate, or a jelly bean.
Or a jelly bean shaped like a baby dragon. Hey Tech, yeah, it's perfect for a dragon horde, right? We thought they were adorable and it was Easter time, so we figured we would paint.
Oh yeah.
So
The next time you've got a dragon horde and you need to store it, you need one of these. So if you need one of these,
yeah, we have thought about adding them to the store. They're commercially licensed and everything, so
yeah, they take a long time to paint with all the individual scales and stuff, but they turn out really nice. Yeah. So this one, we're going to be spraying a gloss clear coat on it, but in the meantime, it's gotten kind of scuffed up. So
yeah, putting a D&D, that would actually be really cool. You could line it with felt to protect the mini, right?
On the inside?
On the inside of the egg. And then put your Dragonborn character in it for storage.
Oh, that would be cool.
That would be really good.
And as you turn the egg, it's really important to stick your finger right in the one spot that you painted.
See, that's why you're wearing a glove?
No, it would have been a mess anyway, because I stuck my finger in it. And then you want to touch the egg with that same spot all over the place. So
That's
that you
important.
can, when you turn it around, you go, oh, where did that come from? And then you look at your finger and go, oh.
How long has that been like that? Right? This is a special technique that we've developed of
getting spots of paint all over the place when you don't want them.
When you want your mini to look like it was made by Jackson Pollock, this is the technique that you have to deploy.
Okay, I think I got all the turquoise. Now I need a little spot of purple.
I have a little door board forming on here. Drying doors.
Yeah, when it's dry, I'll paint on. What color do you want the metal bands on?
Silver.
Well, which of the many silvers?
Chainmail silver.
Okay. Maybe I'll do that next.
Anything to get away from those wolves, huh?
Yeah, I'm avoiding the wolves.
Do you really want me to do the wolves?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, well, thanks for dropping by, Xana.
Thanks.
We're switching to art streams from now on, so.
Yep, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Please stop in.
It was great chatting about all the old computer stuff and painting and everything like that. Yeah, thank you. Hopefully, in the near future here, we'll have our own resin printer making all sorts of new minis for us to paint.
Yep. Thanks for joining us.
Alright, so once I get the base coats on these doors, I'll switch to the wolves for you.
Thank you. I know my limitations. My limitation is not being able to.
Your limitation is not feeling like doing the wolf.
Not having confidence. Having no wolf painting confidence.
Hey, no, I like having someone to chat with. It's great. It's always, I think it's every streamer likes having someone,
Bye.
someone that is chatting with them. The advantage of this stream is at least when I'm talking, if I'm just talking, I'm not talking to myself, right? Because you're here.
Yeah.
We can actually talk to each other if chat's a little quiet.
Mm-hmm. We can go back into like the physics and metaphysics of fairy tales. We can talk
You
about
should like that.
Well, that was fun, I thought.
So, I only have one more door and a lintel to do. And actually, the lintel has to be done in dark brown as well. Basically, we have this. We never glued all these doors into place, so they've been piling up, and we're gonna do one big door gluing. We have a whole bunch of these, basically, that need to be pegged and glued. It's door installation day, exactly. And we just glued two new sets together, and we have another one to glue. But you got a little tired of gluing, so
Just taking a break.
So we swapped to painting for a little bit here. Because we still have 2 hours before we're done streaming, so there's plenty.
Plenty of time to do those things. So I found that actually with this egg, as I'm doing some retouching of the touching, that
yeah, gluing isn't the most exciting part of set building. Luckily, we've been reworking how we print them, and after we get through these sets, we actually have a much quicker way of assembling them now. That will drastically reduce the amount of gluing we have to do, which is a big plus for the two of us who have to do the gluing.
it doesn't take a lot of time, but it's not very photogenic either.
No, it's not great for the stream, but it's something that needs to be done.
I'm just doing little touch-ups on these eggs, and then we're going to be spraying them with clear gloss lacquer. This one actually was sprayed, and then it fell over before the gloss had dried. And
got a little messed up.
well, yeah, it a little, dust and debris from wherever it was adhered to the gloss coat, and I had to scrape it off. And when I scraped that off, it scraped off the color underneath as well.
It was just a cascade of bad things.
It was, support your work, don't let it fall in the dirt.
Well, what you should have done is unscrewed it and let them lay flat on the...
Yeah, I could have done that. Or I could have just left it on the holder that I used originally to do it.
Yeah.
But I didn't do either of those. I put some sticky tack on a wooden stick. And,
and that was not enough.
well, it stuck to the egg, but it didn't stick to the stick. So I unscrewed it a little bit because the paint kind of adheres to itself over the crack. Okay, so those are done again. Those are kind of fun to paint. It took a long time, but they came out well.
Alright, I just have one more door to do, and then I'll switch to the wolf. Or gluing, it's up to you.
No, let's go back to gluing. These are still drying.
You want to get through the rest of the glue and be done with it?
Yep. I'm going to take a quick break, though.
Okay.
Not very long.
You're heading off?
Just like 10 minutes to get a snack. You want anything?
You can get me more coffee if you want.
I'll bring some coffee down. I'm going to set these ghost wolves over to the side here.
Alright. Well, I'll take the ghost walls once I'm done with the door here.
I clean this paint off of my fingers where I got it all over. So I'll be back in just a few minutes.
Oh. Since I'm here by myself, I'll switch the scene. There. Yeah, so today's kind of one of those awkward filler days where we have like a bunch of in-between projects. Like we have all these doors that are left over and we have gluing to do. And we have to finish up little bits here and there. So when we get back to it on Friday though, we should be a little more focused on what we're working on. Alright. I'm being a little messy with these doors because all these the little metal hinge bar things and stuff get painted over, so I don't need to be careful yet. Alright. Now I have to talk to myself. Oh. Because he left. So I'm looking... Oh yeah. Luckily we have a little bot that gets rid of those bots. Huh. Those are so annoying. I'm looking at this wolf, so after I'm done with the door and lintel, apparently I'm going to be the one painting these wolf minis. Because Dad decided he didn't feel like doing it. So I'm trying to get a gauge on, when I'm doing an animal like that, I like to pull up an actual picture of a real animal to look at. And I'm kind of getting a sense of where they are. I did that for the leopard I painted ages ago and stuff. And it looks like it's going to be a lot of layering to get that fur effect. With a small brush. And probably a fair amount of dry brushing as well. Because, you know, you think like, oh, a gray wolf, you paint it gray, but they're not that gray. Yeah, I know, fluff is really difficult to paint. Like we had a great time painting a frog and an alligator and a scorpion and stuff, but those are all scaly or soft-skinned or otherwise. Fluff is like, you need to, especially if the model itself doesn't have, or I know you do digital painting tech and you don't have a 3D form at all to work off of generally. So you have to sort of create that 3D fluff form out of effectively nothing, which is it's a bit of a pain. So I also have this double wide lintel I'm gonna quickly coat. Luckily this is straightforward. I'm going pretty quick on this because it's not very interesting. There are brushes that make it easier, but it's not your favorite. Yeah, that's one of those things with digital art that I need to get better about. I don't do digital art that much. I'd like to do it more, but I end up not giving myself the time to do it. And getting more brushes is something that I really need to look into. Because I basically just use like a pressure round brush and just force it half the time. But I was always a bit more into the physical medium than digital back in the day, so I am not very well practiced with it. Yeah, I really love charcoal. It's really fun. It's messy, but I get a lot of enjoyment out of charcoal drawing. Graphite's good too. Those are two of my favorites, but charcoal, you know, you can push it around so much. Just cleaning off my brush. Or I also like getting like the phase where you only use charcoal and it would, oh, I bet. Just like, I don't remember this wall being painted black in the room, but it's just charcoal dust everywhere. Yeah, it is not the cleanest of mediums, but it sure is fun. I really like doing it in negative, where you do you get like a nice warm gray paper, and then paint, and then do it in like white charcoal. That's always fun to me. But again, I don't usually end up having all that much time to do it, but I do get to do model painting, which is nice. So it sort of scratches the same itch. Yeah, I love colored paper. Let's see. I'm gonna start. That is the wrong color. Alright, I'm gonna start layering these wolves. I'm gonna start with this buff, I think. So, I think Dad put deck tan on this. I forget what he said he did. And they sort of gradate from light to dark going up, so I guess we'll see how it goes, basically. Welcome back.
Thank you.
You brought some.
I brought brunch.
Some brunch. I'll put it back on you then.
So you're gonna start wolfing?
Yeah, you did deck tan on these as the base coat?
I did deck tan, yeah.
Okay. I guess I'll start.
It looked like a pretty good base coat color.
Yeah.
Using buff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you want to start gluing, in which case I'll stop right now.
No, I'll watch you do that.
While you eat?
Yeah, I have a little bit of toast. You can take me off camera unless you want to watch me eat toast.
Fine.
There we go.
Alright. So this is going to be a pretty subtle color. shift from deck tan to buff.
Does it need to be brown?
No, this will be fine for. This is like a transitional layer between the darker one and the darker colors and the lighter of above. So I don't know even how visible it is on camera, but on the arm there, I'm putting a very light layer of this more brown yellow. Flat earth might be better actually. Just looking at it, something a little browner. We're experimenting here. So I'm gonna introduce maybe something a little browner with this flat earth color. Just to there is a buff in there, but I don't think it's enough of the overall.
No, it wouldn't show up. I mean, you can see it on a real picture of a real wolf. But... Now, getting the face right, that'll be a challenge.
Yeah. Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting.
Should have done the badger.
Luckily, we have 2 of these, so I just have to replicate it. Right? That's a little more visible. What?
We're running out of flat surfaces that aren't covered
with stuff.
So one thing I can do, since you're still on solo, I'm going to go around you.
Okay.
And get the doors.
Which might be dry-ish.
Yeah, and I'll start painting the metal straps. You want the door handles?
Yeah.
The same color?
Yep.
We got 5 doors here.
Yep.
Brown doors. And what I'm going to do then is paint these metal straps and the door knocker thing. Okay. What did you use on this? The
flat earth?
Flat brown?
Flat brown.
Okay. Like the inside of the door knocker.
Oh, did I miss one?
Yeah, so I'm gonna do those real quick. Just check them real quick before I start putting silver on.
That's red brown.
No, so is this.
No, I was saying you had red brown.
Oh.
Alright.
This won't really slow anything down.
I don't need to go all the way up the wolf here, technically. Because it gets darker as it goes up.
Yeah,
looks like the back haunch stays a bit lighter.
Yeah. Oh, kind of around its tail area.
The hip and tail.
Oh, okay. I can do this too then. Put the clip on the part that's painted and then paint the part where the clip was.
Yeah.
Since I have this color out.
So
touch up any little spots that aren't painted.
might only do this one wall first, rather than go the whole way on both walls and not know if they look good or not.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
And then I can replicate it later if needed. So basically I'm making the wall look a little dirty right now to sort of get this transition color that goes from their lighter bottoms up to the darker top. There's this like brownish like intermediary zone basically that goes between the two. That I have to get in. And then it looks like the tail is a bit darker.
Yeah, it's kind of light underneath, but the tail, a lot of it is darker, and the top of it's actually kind of black almost.
So I think that's sort of my intermediary zone that I am working on.
Yeah, I mean, if you're finished with that, we could...
well, there's a whole nother side.
Oh, okay.
But there's also like random splotchiness where it gets this little darker fur mixed in various spots.
Yeah, wolf coloration is really complicated. Should have looked at the pictures before getting started.
Okay, so there's the intermediate zone on half of it. Alright.
So we're using the Viejo silver on this one, right?
Yeah. And it's gonna look really weird here until it gets the darker on top. I have like a weird striped wolf right now.
Yeah, but we know that it'll get darker on top.
I know.
Yeah, that looks good that way. Especially as it gets darker on top, it'll look really good.
Yeah, it looks funky now.
I don't know if I bought another one of these chainmail silvers.
We've been using that one for ages. Yeah, it's a zebra wool right now.
I'm just painting the metal strapping on the doors there.
Going a little quicker here. too thick.
Just quick enough.
To get this sort of... it honestly just looks like a dirty wolf, like, with just this coat.
Dirty ghost wolf?
Uh-huh. But, like, dirty in a very specific location. Like, it walked through, like, a very thin canyon that was dirty on both sides. And just sort of scraped itself along it. That's the vibe I'm getting right now. Alright. So, just getting a closer look here. This will be a good start. I'm gonna scroll down quick on my picture here and see what are the feet like on a wolf. They stay pretty light.
Yeah, they stay almost white all the way to the...
It does have a little darker under the limbs. It's a little... some darker spots down underneath the limbs. Well, for now, we got what would you say the next layer is? It kind of gets like a gray then. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Almost like a light gray.
You think neutral gray? I was thinking dark gray.
It gets dark really fast. Yeah, I'd say dark gray, but then you have to have highlights on it after that.
Yeah, I mean, some of that is snow in this picture.
Mm-hmm.
It's a wolf standing in snow, but then it has like a light gray, a neutral gray highlight on top of the darker gray. So I'm gonna take this dark gray here to do my top, the top of the wolf. And I'm gonna work top down over the brown I just put in to cover that sort of intermediary area. Unless you want me to stop and do something else.
Actually, why don't we stop and do some gluing? Oh, no, I have the silver paint out. Sorry.
I just washed the brush. All right.
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay.
I just looked in the cup and I have all this silver paint. I just, let's not waste it.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'll keep working on the straps.
Alright, then I'll work on the wall. So, the top of it is going to be pretty gray. Feels like it needs to be shaken more. A little separated.
Sorry for being confused.
You're fine.
I was feeling like, oh yeah, it'll be time to do some gluing, but then I've got all this paint in the cup.
Alright. So I can go pretty nice and gray on the top here because it holds a lot of that color up above. Or here. So what I'm doing is I'm sort of filling in the solid areas. Are they going? Yeah, the reference picture I'm looking at is a gray wolf. So I'm aiming for that look when I'm done here. Like the species gray wolf, like you said. So the top here is mostly in this dark gray color. which will get some highlights on top of it. So it looks messy now. I'm filling in the areas I want to be solid, and then I'm gonna feather in down from there. Is the goal at least. And I'm gonna leave the head alone because I'm gonna have to do some fine brushwork on the head.
Yeah, the wolf face is amazingly complicated.
So I'm gonna be a big stripe down the back. It's like a badger now.
I'm making a mess of the silver paint. It's a good thing I wasn't trying to do that. I can't even do this really simple stuff today. Good thing I'm not trying to paint a frog. Managed to get silver paint on the door on the opposite side of where I was painting.
So
I don't even know how that's possible.
I have this solid gray on the back now. So now my goal is going to be to bridge over this intermediary zone more lightly and delicately to create that wolf look. Hopefully. I've never painted a wolf before, if I'm honest, so.
Yeah, and usually you're honest, so.
Hopefully it's starting to take shape a little more, what I'm looking at. To get that sort of tawny color. And then there'll be a lighter gray that I use on top of this to do some highlights down the line here. There's a lot of layers on those. Yeah.
Yeah, their coloration is really,
Alligators are easier.
the alligator was much easier. You just needed to do the blending between the green on the top and the kind of brownish green underneath. I don't know how I'm getting paint in places where I'm not even close to painting. Well, I'll just have to do some brown touching up later.
And I think when I'm done, what I'm gonna want to do is actually use a delicate amount of black wash from the paws up to sort of get variation in the whole thing, because it will end up looking a little flat without it. I'll need to do some shading, basically.
Yeah, it makes sense that you would.
starting to hopefully develop that sort of gray wolf look here. So.
Yeah.
It obviously has a lot more, and there's highlights that need to be done in the upper gray. But it's starting to look a bit more animal-like. I saw in one wolf picture that they had this cute little, like, chevron on the tail.
I see what's happening here.
So, this is the next layer I'm building up here. There's a lot of layers involved.
So yeah, not having gone to art school like you, I'm not as familiar with how the layering of paints should work and look. So I'm glad you.
It's pretty straightforward, honestly. Like, you just layer them. Like, I don't know. If you do it a couple times, it makes a lot of sense.
This is usually the best brush for this, but it's just slopping paint everywhere. The paint isn't coming to a taper on the tip of the brush. It's kind of spreading it out, and so it's just slopping it all over. So I'm going to use a finer brush, which is kind of a pain, because it just takes much longer. Okay, we'll see if it works any better. Given the viscosity of the paint and the way it builds up on the brush, it's working a little better anyway.
I'm gonna actually fill in the top of the tail here, and then do a light neutral gray on top of it. So,
Okay, yeah. This brush is working much better.
Kinda gonna get a gauge on what this face looks like. Getting a little clump on my brush, so I'm gonna clean that off. I'm using the cap and it's starting to set a little, so I'm gonna switch to the bottle because you don't want clumpy paint when you're doing a miniature. So I sort of have like this shape to their face here, huh? I haven't done the ears yet, so it looks like it has a helmet.
Oh yeah. I like the way that's shaded in. That really is starting to look good.
It's getting closer. It's definitely the Dectan legs need some shading. They look a little like clay.
Because they're too.
They're too singular one. They're too one color. So it'll have a shading phase at the end to sort of break that up. I don't have a good picture of the back of the ears, but I'm gonna assume they sort of get lighter as they get higher up.
Okay, yeah, with a little brush, it's a little more tedious, but it's going to require much less
Thank
touching
you.
up.
Yeah, having never painted a wolf before, this is a bit of a learning experience. When I do the other wolf, it'll probably be a lot better. And then looking at the ears in the front, they sort of have a darker center, like that. And then there's like a dark rim. So I have to be very careful about how much paint I have on my brush here.
There's 3 of them.
And then I'm probably going to use like an actual black for the nose and lips. So I'm going to hold off on the snoot right now. And kind of fill in where it needs a bit more oomph. It's so you can see that brown is like very well covered now. That butt is a little asymmetrical, isn't it? I'll be a little closer. So looking at this wolf, they have this darker gray on top, and they get light as they go down with sort of a tawny in between. Lighter legs. So I think what I'm gonna do next is pull out the neutral gray, which is a lighter gray, and start doing some highlights on top of the wolf, and maybe in a few other key spots. And once I get through there, I can do all. It'll need a lot of shading as well.
Yeah, you're really good at that. Like when you did the scorpion and something else you did a lot of shading on.
I don't know. So the neutral gray you can see is a bit lighter. Then this will be the next layer on top, and I'm not gonna go super like over the top with the neutral gray. The goal of it is actually mostly to sort of break up the dark gray a bit and create that sort of hair look, fur look. Too much on the brush there. And I'll be fairly subtle. And one thing I can do is actually, you can sort of carry that lighter down as well. And it's mostly there to break up this darker color so that it sort of gets more of a mottled look. I don't know. I think it's coming along okay. Definitely learning how to paint wolves today. I wasn't planning to learn, but you know.
You never know when you're doing relaxing painting what sort of new thing might jump out at you.
Or be thrust upon you.
You just passed over to you. Abandoned. Waiting for you to retrieve it. So we're going to make these metallic bits kind of rusted with a brown wash or
Black wash.
black wash to make them look a little darker and
More worn and oiled and all that. So,
you got some praise there.
yeah. That was a while back. So the neutral gray is pretty subtle on the dark gray, which is a good thing because it's just there to sort of make it look mottled and fuzzy.
You want it to look like texture more than color, right?
So it's coming along. I need to. I'm going to use the neutral gray here to break up a little bit of the edges on the face fur pattern. Make it look more like fur and less like a helmet. Hopefully, at least. And then the face will need to get some detail put into it. It's getting there. The legs look really flat because they're just one color. but that's where the shading is going to come in. Because looking at the wolf pictures, they don't really have any coloration changes down on the legs.
No, they all are. They're pretty light brownish gray color.
There's a couple spots where the brown is peeking through them. I'm mumbling a little to myself now. That's the stage I'm at.
Mm-hmm.
So, this is a fairly rough, well, I guess not super rough, but this is pretty close to the coloration that I'm seeing in the reference pictures. For my base coat here. I'm just breaking up. I'm a lot of with fur. What you want to do is break up clean lines between things. You want like implied lines during color shifting, so you never see something that looks like it was a nice cut piece of leather or something on a furred creature. So straight, standard, like clean lines, which is often what we're going for in dungeon sets, are kind of anathema to what you're looking for. So I'm sort of going around right now looking for areas where the lines look a little too clean. But I might do a shading here soon. What I'll do actually is the face. I'll get the face painted in, and then I'll do some shading. What do you think?
Yeah, that looks pretty good down there. Yeah. You're gonna try to tackle the face?
I'm gonna do the face. I'll need the black Tamiya.
Okay.
You know where that is by chance?
Wait, let me look for it in just a second.
I can look for it.
I'm like the tiniest little bit of silver shade. Okay, so I got the silver laid in pretty well. Now I need to go back and touch up all the little spots where the silver got on the brown, because since it's shiny, it really shows.
I don't normally use this one, but I'll break out my extra tiny brush for this.
Clean this off.
I really don't want a lot of paint on my brush here.
Especially on the first ones I did. There are just tiny little specks of silver all around the edges, and I need to go back with this little bitty brush and make them become brown. Because even after washing,
This little tiny baby nose. There it is. And then they actually have sort of a black lip as well. Definitely want to be careful doing this.
That bigger brush really made a mess.
Alright.
Yeah, and as I got more paint on it, it got even messier. Whatever. Oh well. Live and learn. That's why we have touch-up.
Okay. There is black for the mouth and nose, so the eyes need to be put in. I'm probably just gonna do black for the eyes, and maybe I'll put teeny tiny yellow dots in.
Okay, if you think you can. The wolves have tiny little yellow dots. No, I see that. Yeah, their pupils are kind of.
Okay, so there's the black parts for the wolf face. Let's see if I can get. So that starts to define the shape, and then I need to do some teeth and some pupils, so it doesn't look quite so comical. Because its mouth is slightly open. So over that black part of the mouth, I'm going to be putting some ivory.
Mm-hmm.
And then I might try and put the tiniest little yellow dots in for the eyes.
It should be quite a challenge.
I'm glad you're doing it, right? You're going to do that part?
What, the tiny yellow dots?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, what I might do for that is instead of a brush, I might use like a pin and get just the tiniest little drop of yellow on the end of a pin.
Yeah, that actually might work better than a brush, because the paint will not adhere to the pin as much as to the brush. Just
Rather than use a cup, because I'm using the tiniest amount of ivory possible, I'm just gonna splotch it right on the paper towel I'm using. Okay. This is where it gets dicey. there is some teeth. Okay. Let's see if I can do that well on the other side. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
Oh.
That's okay. I can fix it. So that side turned out pretty nice on the teeth. So you can see there. Turned out okay. This side, the light splooshed a little too much on the upper lip. So now I have to go back with the black a little and go back over to get the lip in again. It's looking more like a wolf with the face painted in though.
Yeah.
It was looking really weird without any
Without
face.
a face.
Okay. Let's do a little fix here. It was like steady, steady. Whoa, there it goes. That rhymed. Okay, there we go. Fix the lip a little. I'm a wolf. Shall I try and do a eye dot? A yellow eyeball?
Sure.
Can I have that flat yellow when you have a chance?
Yep. Let me just get this spot.
So my tiny brush here is actually kind of a flathead in some ways, so I might try and just do a corner on it rather than messing with some non... The nice thing is this yellow is pretty translucent, so hopefully that works in my favor.
So I'm just checking for stray silver spots and splashes before I call this a success. And then you get to spend the last hour gluing another set, right?
Mm-hmm. Ooh, look. Maybe I got it. One eye's a little bigger than the other, isn't it? Yeah. It's close.
Yeah, that actually looks pretty good. You can,
And then,
it highlights the eyes really well.
so I think what I want to do next here is I have all of this base coat in. I have the face painted on to a reasonable degree. The next step would be to shade everything, I think.
Mm-hmm. But we can let that dry. Mm-hmm. These doors are done.
Do you want to glue the last set quick, and then maybe I'll have time to shade and finish this wolf today?
Yeah, let's do the set.
Little wolf face. Let's see if I can get... This model, it's sort of grinning. I guess it's supposed to be a growl. It looks like a grin to me.
It's a happy wolf.
It's like a... I cannot get this camera to focus on the wolf at all. Alright. But some of it will get shaded in too. Like, alright, well, we'll see how it looks with some shading. Here's a side by side of our wolves. Alright, so you want to do some glue, huh?
Sure.
Get
this stuff
If
out.
I get all of these sets glued, I can prime them all at once and just have that be done.
There's the tavern set.
Perfect.
Yep, that has a fair number of pieces. This one's actually a little bit harder to paint when it comes time because it's got these stucco walls, and those have to be painted and then outlined in whatever color we're going to use for the wood. And then the line there, and then the floors. Anyway.
Thank you. And it does have these nice windows too, which are also paint to paint. Alright, so I'm quickly pulling out and organizing all the pieces in our big old bag of models. Alright, so we're gonna try and get through this fairly quick, and then I'll jump in and finish up the wolf, which should be nice and dry by then. There we go. Almost there.
There aren't as many pieces for this as I remember when we were painting them.
No, the tavern it just feels long because there's a lot of,
Yeah. I think those are some bases up there.
yeah.
So I'm going to start filling these in.
And I'm gonna drop all of the pieces that don't get glued over there. So another thing we have are these tavern counters, where the top has to get glued on to the bottom here. So that will also be part of it. I'm gonna take off my glove because that does not, it's hard to manipulate all of these pieces otherwise. Alright, so this is all for our tavern set, which is this nice, it's hard to see here because it's all black, but there's a plaster wall with timbers in it and a wood floor.
We have a blue tavern set.
A green one, a yellow one. The blue one's just over here, I could grab it.
Yeah, that'll show how it looks.
So here's our blue tavern wall. So it goes from that to that. Okay. Well, I think, yeah, we can get through this tavern gluing pretty quick.
Yeah, we'll be able to finish this.
So these are the magnet balls that we're putting in right now, that let them hold each other together. Which, I mean, it's not strictly necessary, but when you're moving monsters around on a tile set, you don't really want everything's shifting. It's like when you're playing a board game and one person makes a move and then everything like gets shifted diagonally, and I always have to constantly be
like, Settlers of Catan without a frame.
Yeah,
and you do something, and the next thing you know,
everything is spilled everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, right. There's a magnet in this.
Yeah.
Yes, they are also
and they're pretty strong magnets, actually.
These magnets are very fun to play with as well. You can make all sorts of fun shapes.
And when you get lots of different colors, you make the little designs.
Yeah. You can make chains.
Ooh. Okay.
What?
Yeah, and it's really cool the way, they rotate in these wells so that no matter how you orient them,
yes,
you're like using just a disc magnet, or if you glued the magnet in, you could only attach them in a certain orientation.
But because they're sitting in these wells and they're loose, they reorient themselves constantly to match whatever the opposing magnet is, so that any piece will attach to any other piece
in any orientation.
In any orientation that you choose to put it, which is one of the big advantages of using them. Although you can technically do it with small disc magnets, it doesn't work quite as well. They don't rotate.
Yeah. Well, the problem with the disc magnets is that they're polarized top and bottom, and so the edges don't always come together and hold very well.
Yeah.
So even though they'd rotate in there, unless they're edge magnetized, and those are really expensive, edge magnetized discs.
Well, the way this is designed, actually, you see how it's flat?
Mm-hmm.
It's actually designed so the disc goes against it like that.
Oh, yeah. So the disc is vertical against this.
That's why.
The outside of it.
Yeah.
But then it has to flip over.
It also means you have to use a smaller magnet.
Really small.
Which lowers the hold.
Yeah, these little balls are really quite strong, given their size.
This is actually a dud piece. You can see it printed wrong on the bed. Basically what happened is when it printed on the bed, it cooled too fast, and this part curled up here. So that piece can't even hold the magnet properly. So just get rid of that one, and this is what a proper base should look like. It should not have that level of curling. Quality checking, right?
Yeah, we're gonna have to remember to get an arrow slit.
Yep, I know. I have the piece out to remind me.
Yeah, and the extra bases up there.
Technically, yes, you can reuse the material. We use a PLA, which is, I believe it's biodegradable, so it's not as bad as some plastics out there. It will degrade over long periods of time in the right conditions, but most pieces, like dud pieces, there is a way. There are machines that will break them down, tear them down into small pieces, and then melt them and make new thread out of them. And we've looked into it. The problem is that they're extremely expensive because they're used in industrial processes mostly. So cost effectiveness wise, not really what we can personally absorb. But yes, there is a way to reuse it when there are issues. It's just expensive. Another thing you can do if you're making something like a mini, let's say this wolf printed and the tail was broken or something, right? There's a practice called kit bashing, where you can take broken minis and like cut them up and glue them together in certain ways. So let's say this wolf had no tail, and this scorpion had like a broken claw or something. I could chop the tail of the scorpion off and glue it onto the wolf and make a wolf with a giant scorpion tail coming out of it as like a really bizarre chimera monster or something, maybe. So there definitely are different ways to reuse them, depending on the piece. Tearing them up and melting them down. Yeah, exactly. Maybe when we get a resin printer, we should be getting a resin printer in the near future here. Maybe we'll make a chimera. We can print a bunch of pieces and
glue them
all together, or find a chimera or something. Chimera would be fun though.
But we can use the practice pieces that don't work out, right?
Or yeah, if I really end up hating this wolf, maybe I'll make a wolf chimera. Right?
Why would you hate the wolf?
I don't know. So you're starting the glue?
I am.
Alright. Great. I will have my station ready.
There you go.
So this is this is our like Gen 2 dungeon tile, and we have a Gen 3 one that does not use the same gluing process. It's a much easier. Oh, thank you. Yeah, the wolf. It basically just needs to be shaded at this point. I got all the base coat in.
It really looks pretty good.
Yeah, but it looks flat right now, and I need to bring out some of that three-dimensionality in it. With I'll be using a black wash and a very small brush, basically, to create a translucent shade on it. But get this, yeah, shading is very fun. It's all the fun detail work, like when you're doing like the under sketch and you're just like, I can't get this leg to be the right length or something, right? And you're just redrawing it over and over and over. And then you're like, okay, I finally got all the proportions right. And the sketch, the pose is looking good. The sketch is done. What do I get to do now? Oh yeah, line work. Ugh. Although there are some people who love line work, but and then you finally get the line work done. And then you're like, okay, I get to actually do the part I was hoping to do, the shading. Although I find sketching quite fun and relaxing, the first part as well. It's just that middle part where you have to like define everything. Oh yeah, so you just keep cleaning the sketch up until you're done and you're all, yeah, see, that's a nice way to do it. Actually, you just like, well, I'll just clean up this line, and then by the time you're done, suddenly it's all, you're already there. That's a good way to do it.
When I was young, I thought I was going to be artistic.
Uh-huh.
And I started drawing some things.
Yeah.
And I discovered that I really couldn't draw anything, so then I got a John Nagy Learn to Draw set as a gift.
John Nagy?
John Nagy, N-A-G-Y. He was Learn to Draw thing guy. And it came with instructions and a book and some big papers and different kinds of gray charcoal.
Mm-hmm.
Because that was the medium that it was used in.
Charcoal is great.
Yep. And then it said draw this little sketch underneath, and I started to do that. It was a dog head, which I think it might even still be around somewhere. Yeah, and I did that, and I drew the little rectangles for the nose of the dog, and I had no idea what I was doing or why. I mean, it just told you to do it. So it was almost like a paint by numbers kind of set.
Yeah.
But it wasn't explaining why, if I was drawing a dog, I would be drawing rectangles. I mean, so it just seemed kind of weird, right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, I did that, and it came out kind of mediocre, and I realized that I had, like, no talent at all.
Drawing is... I hold that drawing is a developed skill. It's like playing an instrument or something. You just have to keep doing it.
Yeah.
And, learning techniques, definitely, but, like... I think that the more you do it, the better you get. It's just like... There's a lot of people who are just like, I have no talent for it, but I think it's just...
Yeah. It probably would have helped if it was, you're drawing these rectangles and you won't ever see them instead of drawing a dog. Because
you're creating the structure.
Yeah, the proportions and things of that sort that you would do like as an overlay, but it just didn't make sense. So to learn to draw wasn't really a very effective tool.
But I agree with you, Tech Balance, that doing those cleaning up the sketch, you keep that flow, because so often I'll do like the sketch and it looks so good as a sketch, and then you do the line art and it was like, oh, this looks like a paper cutout. Oh, like the silhouette, basically. like it does not look as good. You lose all that shape and definition. But yeah, no, I mean, I think anyone can learn. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you go from this beautiful sketch, and then you just like, well, this is like a good, if I was like doing one of those like silhouettes where they like draw just the line around the shape of your head, Or
like the paper cutout silhouette.
Yeah. It ends up looking like that. So I greatly prefer the way you do it too. But I think, basically your issue was that the information wasn't presented to you properly with your dog.
Yeah, I didn't understand why things were being done the way they were.
I don't know if you've ever seen these memes, but it's like they'll say like how to draw a horse, right? And it's like draw a circle, add legs, and it has like this stick figure horse basically. And then and then step 3 is just add details. And it's like, and the picture is just like this fully rendered beautiful horse drawing from like a circle with sticks coming out of it. I always thought those were hilarious. I'm moving our more dried pieces over. That it's not, you like those because that's what it feels like when you describe your process. Yeah. Sometimes it's just like, all right, I do this step, and then there's like, here's a 10-hour step that it's just one thing in my head. Yeah. Maybe that's why I like charcoal though, because charcoal, you're basically like you're doing sketching, line work, and shading all at the same time. In a lot of ways. Maybe that might be why I like it, because it just is like all of it at once. You get it all done simultaneously. Yeah. Charcoal drawing. Do the picture. Step 1.
Step 1, make a picture.
Step 1, draw it.
Step 2, give it to your mother, who will say, "Oh, Johnny, that's beautiful."
No, step 2 is spray it down with a fix so that it doesn't get everywhere.
Yeah. That's really true. Because it does. It just rubs off on everything and it disappears.
And then the picture fades away, yeah.
And everything else is kind of different shades of gray. We'll put it on the refrigerator.
Step 3, yeah, store it somewhere covered and safe, because sometimes the fix-it doesn't work, and then never move it again, right? And it's just somewhere in a folder somewhere. One thing that's super fun but requires way too much specialist equipment is printing. So like, you know, press printing. Doing like wood cuts and stuff. That's extremely fun, but it's you need a giant press that's expensive and huge and heavy. So unless you have like a maker space somewhere with one, you're kinda out of luck. But I really liked doing
Prints.
Printmaking.
You know, we've got your Don Quixotes everywhere.
Yeah, I did a Don Quixote on a horse print. I did a run of about 5 to 10 of them. Yeah, and there's all sorts of types. Like, I actually like copperplate. It was fun. But woodworking, wood cutting is fun too. With the chisels. That's another medium I like. Plus, it has the benefit of like, hey, I made this cool thing. Like, I made a mezzotint Laputa from Gulliver's Travels, floating in the sky, and that's on a copper plate, and then you like paint over parts of it and acid wash the copper to get like texturing in it and stuff. And that was a lot of fun doing that one. And I did like a
whale,
sperm whale, sort of like in the style of like an old whaling chart, like image, right? That wasn't mezzotint. That was just a copper plate engraving. I had a ton of fun in that class doing all of those. We didn't get to screen printing or lithography in it, but it was a lot of fun. But yeah, there's a lot going on in that time period. I was doing a lot of art. I don't get to do that much anymore, except for model painting. We also have those.
No. Okay, because I need to mix up another batch.
Yeah.
So that'll work.
So you're doing a rounded corner?
One rounded corner.
I really like the look of these rounded corner pieces.
Yeah, rounded corners are my favorite.
Nice.
Really?
I love putting in magnets.
I'm not sure even how that happened.
I love putting in magnets while there's wet glue everywhere.
Mhm.
That's quickly drying.
So, yeah. Which is the... This is the top that needs gluing, or
The rough part.
the rough part? Okay, we have enough just for one of these.
Well, don't. Or do. Because I have to fix all these magnets.
Yeah, well, this will take a while to get it on here. And I can set it on if necessary.
That's one part of this style of gluing that I'm not gonna miss. The array of magnets flying everywhere all the time. So we're putting on the countertop here. And the main thing is to make sure it is even. On all sides. Yeah, the rounded corners are a very fun, beautiful.
Yeah, they look pretty. They're the easiest to paint, really, for the payoffs that you get.
Alright. Last little bit of gluing, and then I get to dig into wolf shading, I guess, for the last half hour.
Sure.
And you can use some of the black wash and wash the doors if you want.
I can, yeah.
Do you know how to do the full door? So not only do you wash the silver part,
Yeah,
but you're gonna put wash down the in between
wood grain.
in between the boards mostly.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to do the whole thing. Just take a small brush and run a line of black wash in between each board.
So I'll probably just do the metal that way too, since it's fairly small.
Yeah.
I'll just use a little brush.
These are our last 4 gluings of this style of set. Yeah?
Yep.
That's exciting. And all the magnets stayed in.
I'll see if I can do better on this one. I think it just bumped when it hit the surface, the table.
Sometimes this is an old table. The surface isn't perfectly smooth. It can be a little bumpy when you drag a piece across. This is our double door for the tavern. I'm gonna pull the counter over so I can get a good sense of make sure I match it up so the counters are all the same. So how has been switching to the shorter stool been for your back?
Well, this has been much better.
Your previous stool was what, a foot or two higher?
About 6 inches higher.
100 feet higher?
But it was way over the top of the work surface.
So you had to hunch over everything?
And hold it up, and it was never in camera.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas almost all the time it's in camera now.
All of our doors actually move. So these doors here aren't glued in yet, but we glue in this lintel, like so, and then the door gets put in on a pin that gets glued in, so the door swings open like this. I'm not sure if we have a finished one sitting around here or if it's been put away. But every single one of our dungeons set doors open. That was important for us, having that function. Because I've seen other sets that, yeah, I know, miniatures that actually move are awesome. I might stand up just to stretch a minute and I can grab some stuff. We have a few other things that are in that vein.
I'll go see if there's a door hanging around somewhere.
No, I'll get it. I want to stretch.
Okay, go stretch. I'm just wiping my fingers off. Get rid of that mess. Yeah, we one of the very first things we did was moving doors when we did a dungeon with doors. Because it's kind of cool to be able to go up to a door and then pretend you're unlocking it or opening it, and to have it actually happen on stage or on the show. And we played with different ways of hinging them.
I found another door we never closed.
No more.
So.
Oh, those are really old. Those are
old style.
Yeah, those are done
So.
still with the paperclip pins.
Here's a couple little things. So this is from our green tavern. And that's how the door works once it's all put in. Which I think is very cool. And then this is a brazier we put in our ritual set. So this sits in the center of a large stone room, and we have a flame for it, and there's a magnet in the bottom of the flame, you can maybe see there, and there's a magnet in the brazier, so you can have a flame emit in the middle of a fight or something when the bad guy gets his plan off, all that. And we've used this same magnet system to make trap walls where you can have gouts of flame and gas coming out the side, things like that. Thank you. Yeah, we've been trying to engineer a lot of different things. I'm gonna put these back so I don't forget them.
Yep. So I think the dungeon sets we put together with, with the opening doors. Oh, that light up. We haven't done any lighting up yet.
When we get a resin printer, we might.
Yeah, we could put like those little seed lights in with little wires.
So
You almost have to have a battery, though, in the base of everything that lights up, because these are designed to just like go anywhere you want.
it's a lot harder to print in clear colors with PLA. You can than it is resin, though. So our hope is when we get a resin printer, we can start introducing light up pieces. One thing I want to do is get sort of an orange clear resin and print dungeon tiles that have like a craggly surface. And then you paint black over the big craggly chunks, and you light it up, and now you have orange glowing lava under black.
Oh, under the black paint, under the black
crusty bits, things like that. So that's hopefully in the near future. We're looking at getting a resin printer pretty soon here.
Yeah, light ups are going to be pretty cool.
And you can do like torches, fires, all sorts of things. So we'll have to mess around with that for a while and work it out. So we have about half an hour left, a little 20 minutes almost. So I'm gonna see if I can shade in my wolf here and make it look a little less flat.
And what I've been instructed to do is use some black wash.
And then I haven't even touched the base here, so that'll be fun later.
So you want it just between the boards there?
Yeah, just that line between the boards in black wash.
Okay, I can work on that. Yeah.
Nope.
Some metallics.
Nope.
These are not opened yet.
Yep. There it is. we have a giant pile of bottles that we are constantly picking through with no organizational system. And
Yeah.
even if we had an organizational system, let's be honest, we wouldn't use it.
Yeah, it wouldn't last more than like the first time someone picked something else up.
Yeah. I know myself well enough to know I will not
I'm just
adhere
going
to
to use
it.
like 1 drop of that to begin with. Always squeeze out more.
I'm moving our finished pieces over to our airbrushing station. Probably today or tomorrow I'll be
This goes on really dark, but
lightened
it
up.
lightens up when it dries. I'm as instructed, just running it down the
Okay.
cracks between the boards here.
There we go.
In my right-handed
Give it a little
fashion
cup.
going in this direction. And then I'll flip it over and do the other direction.
Okay. And that's probably way too much. I'm used to washing
Oh, yeah.
huge dungeon sets. So my automated response is, I need a lot of wash. And then it's like, no, you're doing a tiny wolf. Calm down.
And then I'm going to put black wash on the metallic part here. Probably a little more than I was on the wood. To make it look textured a little.
I'm gonna be using this brush, with my go-to brush here. And the main thing is I don't want a lot of wash. I have to really control the volume I'm putting on, because I just want to get in a little at a time.
The other direction, and then it just spread all over the cup instead of staying in one place. So it's all going to dry out.
I'm trying to get the most amount of wash in these like dark parts, like in the leg, because that's gonna help create the visual effect of the wall.
I don't need that anymore.
That might be more than I really want, actually, so I might lighten it back up again in areas. But again, I'm learning how to do this. I've never done a wolf before. Yeah, so that leg got too dark, so what I actually want is to take the buff before I go too far with it. I'm probably gonna work back. Oh, you actually did deck tan, didn't you, on this?
Yeah.
Not buff. That's right. Good thing I caught myself. Where? Alright. The
So
push
we'll
and
just-
pull back and forth forever.
You can see that's what happens when you put the black wash on. It highlights the boards and it tones down the silver. Is that toned it down enough?
Yeah, that should be fine.
Okay.
So what I'm learning here is I need to do a little more, even more targeted shading. Because I like where it is in the joints and the haunches, but a little too much on some other spots. So I'm just cleaning it up a bit here. It might sort of have a nice effect actually if I shade it in and then go back over it, but we'll see. I'll play with it. But doing a little repair work. Sort of learning everything here.
Yeah, most of this whitewash, I'm going to dry up. It just, instead of staying in one nice little puddle, decided to run down the entire crease on the bottom of the cup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, those do that. The really thin washes have a tendency to sort of run away.
Well, yeah. This cup doesn't have a flat bottom. It has like a little ridge around the bottom.
Well, we should just get one of those cheap plastic pallets, honestly, that have the little shallow
With the little
cups.
wells.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought we used to have a whole bunch of those laying around.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen them, so...
No, they got recycled. Okay, well, if you ever remember to do that next time we order something.
There's the rub.
Mm-hmm. And you put the order in and you go, oh, I know I'm forgetting something. I wonder what.
And then you're doing
and then
this.
you're down here doing that and says, oh, yeah, I remember now.
That's a cat.
Nice, that. Came to say hello. Yeah, and that's it. He'll just come down
Yell at us.
and just do that. He doesn't want anything or any, just wants to say hi.
I've repaired the butt. What's that? Where are you? Come here. Oh, you're rolling around on the concrete. Come here.
He does not like to be picked up.
What do you mean?
Uh-huh. Hmm.
He doesn't like to have his legs held. He has to dangle.
Mm-hmm.
This is the important part of the process where you get cat hair in all of your paint. Yeah. This is our old man cat who's angry at everything. Thank you, yes. I do love a tuxedo cat. That gets him some extra points. I set him down because he was ready to start attacking me for holding him.
Yeah, I got a claw on my
he's one of those cats that is yeah. He's much more temperamental than our other cat, Tesla. He's one of those cats that's like, I really need you to pet me, and then you're petting him, and 3 seconds in, he's like, why are you petting me? I'm gonna swipe at you. It's that sort of...
Yeah, he does that. He especially likes to lay on my keyboard.
And type for you.
Yeah, and... I mean, I've had to restart my computer a couple of times because I have no idea
what he did.
I don't think he's downloaded anything, you know, that...
He did file your taxes 4 times, right? No.
He did mess them up a couple of times, so I had to do sections of it over.
The taxes?
Yeah, as I was entering numbers. All of a sudden, you know, there's like an extra 0 in your W-2 compensation, which would be nice, but yeah, it wasn't true.
Sending messages before you finish. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's always that.
You're typing something, your cat walks on top of the keyboard and
hits some random keys and then hits enter.
Yep. That's...
And your message is
garble.
Interesting.
Like, hey, could you... Basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. We're complaining about you.
Did you get a splash?
Oh yeah, from the cover.
Those caps, the caps are on those bottles are so splashy.
And it's just splattering everywhere. Yeah. Okay. I need it. That'll take a while to get off.
If you were wearing gloves, you'd be okay.
Yeah, well, when I'm painting tiny little stripes on doors, I wouldn't have thought I needed gloves. I just need gloves to touch the bottle.
I'm not wearing gloves either, actually, right now.
What is it, Seth?
You're being so talkative, bunny.
You saying hi to everybody?
He's probably out of water, actually. He drinks a lot of water lately. He's probably trying to tell you that.
Mm-hmm. That I didn't clean the litter tray yet today.
Uh-huh. He demands his pristine toilet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is like the most talkative cat I've ever met. He is very, very vocal.
Sometimes, you know, you can carry on a conversation. If you make meow sounds or similar sounds back to him, he'll just answer you. You can go on for quite a while.
Yeah. Our other cat is not nearly as talkative, but he does have the cutest... He, like, still has a little kitten meow.
Oh, yeah, still.
Just this little squeaky... squeaky thing.
Yeah, Tesla's like that. Real kittenish little Mew. Whereas Seth, well, you heard Seth.
Starting to get a little more definition into the back legs here.
I just
We were boring.
We were boring. Went off somewhere else. Came down and made his point. He was probably reporting on something that he heard on the TV.
Or something the dog did.
You know?
Your cat's about 15 and still sounds like a kitten. Oh, thank you. Yeah, we're seeing how we do with these. Set's what, 12, 13?
Oh no, Seth's much older. That's probably closer to 16 or 17.
16 or 17? Jeez, it's been that long.
Yeah. Yeah, he really is an old cat. I know, I still remember going to PetSmart picking him up.
Yeah, from that little adoption center.
Mm-hmm. Well, welcome back.
Yeah. Did you know we were talking about you?
Mm-hmm. What is it? Meow? Who? No. No, that can't be true.
Did you want me to pick you up again? You're sitting right now.
Are you tracking something? Did you find a mouse? Old mouse smell?
You just needed this much attention. Yeah. You like pick me up. I don't like it. Is this better?
He's purring. He has the loudest purr, and sometimes it'll start when from just touching him.
Mm-hmm.
He gets this pill every other day. When he absolutely hates it, I have stars. But if you hold on to him before you give it to him, he'll just start purring. Even if he knows what's going on. Because, tension.
Yeah. Get all the cat hair off of me. Well, that's impossible, but get some of the cat hair off. Trying to build up the back here and move forward.
We have this thing called a Terminator.
Which is just like a fine tooth.
Fine tooth kind of metal comb. And Tesla loves it. And I'll just sit there and brush it over with it and pull out like a handful of hair because he sheds a lot. And Seth used to like it, but has decided he doesn't anymore. So his fur just basically goes everywhere around the house. Every corner of the house has a little clump of that hair.
I'm going kind of off camera here. Let me readjust.
Go a little long today finishing up these doors.
Yeah, it's okay. I have a lot to do on this wall. So one thing you can do with a wash is actually dry your brush and remove and move it around a little.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, these doors Once you put the wash on them, they really look different. And they come out pretty nice. I think the wolf is going to look pretty good. All you have to do is do it again.
Mm-hmm.
Or we can save the other wolf for a while and do something else. Like, we've got 3 dungeon sets to paint now, don't we?
Well, once I prime them.
Mm-hmm. So we're going to do a Patreon poll for what color to paint the tavern.
Maybe. We're trying to come to a decision about what color we want them to be officially.
You know, like there was the standard color.
The standard color, so we might use it as a way to test that. A little close.
Well, we did blue and green and beige and yellow. So there aren't too many more options.
I think mostly it's going to be actually in one. It might be in this sort of buff to get sort of that plaster look. Or the dark sand, actually. This one here.
The kind of greenish, grayish color.
Yeah. Yellowish. No, this one. Dark sand.
Oh, that. Yeah, that one looked pretty good. That looked better than the ivory.
Yeah.
And then you don't have to wash it.
Mm-hmm. That's part of the consideration.
I don't know if I ordered another one of those. Those little bottles. You use up almost a whole one on one stuff.
Cat hair. That's what I get.
That's what you get for touching a cat.
I'm definitely doing a little back and forth here, but that's sort of par for the course.
Mm-hmm. So you don't play golf. You know what that even means?
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
R is the goal that you're going for when you're golfing. The number of hits.
Strokes, yeah.
The number of balls, hitty things
That you're expected.
that you're expected to finish it in that course.
If you're a good golfer.
So R for the course is when a course has a par of 4 that you're aiming for.
Yep.
What?
Exactly that. Mm-hmm.
There we go. Okay. I'm off.
Actually, that's my thing.
Usually. So I have a wolf with like a much more defined butt than face right now.
First things first.
Always go butt first into every situation. Right?
Well,
When you're testing to see if water is hot when you're in the shower, if it's too hot, you know, just butt first right in, right?
better than your face, I guess. Kind of first.
Pretty sure that's the recommended. I'm leaning over a lot because I am
Doing tiny little bits of
doing tiny little fading bits. Trying to adjust the camera accordingly.
Okay, well.
I'm gonna start moving up through the torso on this wolf. Boy.
You know, watching you do that tells me I definitely made the right decision in
Abandoning
giving you
it.
the opportunity to do that. instead.
Thank you so much. So the model has these little tiny
Hackles.
hackles.
Yeah, the raised fur on the back.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So what I want to do is work some black wash carefully on the underside of those hackles, and that will enunciate the shape without having to do too terribly much.
Yeah, you can't see those in our dog. It's when they get all upset, dogs will raise the fur on their back like that. I think we saw that once when we were walking Sophie. And that one dog that was being really aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, its fur went up on its back.
I'm working very tiny amounts of black wash under those parts of the model, and that will create sort of a shadow effect that will make the actual shape of the design pop a bit more. Coming along, moving slowly towards the head.
Hold on. I'm going to look over these 5 doors.
Mm-hmm. And then we'll have a glue extravaganza later.
Make sure I got both sides of every door. It's just possible too. Yeah, just totally miss something.
Mm-hmm.
Figure out how dominoes work. Over and over. Come on, stand up. Okay, not gonna stand up. Lay down. It was standing, but no, it's no longer standing. See if there's sometimes, some really bright spots. Really want those.
That is a cat hair right on my brush.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh, yeah.
there's the cat again.
Come back. You missed a spot, Seth.
Okay. I'm like, my glasses are doing like a full Chuck Schumer right now. But I actually work best this way because I'm farsighted, so I need like this like big magnifying lens or whatever for this up close work.
Mm-hmm. And I'm nearsighted. That's why I take my glasses off when I'm working up close. And why, when I do that, I need this new giant screen. That was constructed for me.
For the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we're getting close. Getting up to the head here, which will be its own challenge.
Okay. So, let's see what we've got here. We've got floors and lintals. Oh, a whole chunk of the lintel where the clip was on. What was this? Flat black again?
Yeah.
Flat brown?
Flat brown.
I'm glad I checked that. I just took the clip off and discovered that there's a piece where the clip was. It needs to be brown.
Might not be the most visible part I'm doing right now. You're also nearsighted. Yeah. I'm the only person I know, I think, that's farsighted. Like, I don't meet many farsighted people.
Well, usually people get farsighted when they get older. That's why when they're reading something, they go, and then when their arms aren't long enough to be able to read anymore, then they get reading glasses. But my vision disappears at about between 8 and 12 inches. And everything starts getting fuzzy. Yeah, I discovered that when I had an eye test, like in 8th or 9th grade, or I think it was 8th grade. That black wash just got splattered everywhere.
Oh, did you touch a bottle?
Well, when I opened it to squeeze some out.
Yeah, that never open the bottle. That's the
yeah, or cover it with a tissue or paper towel or something. Yeah, so it finally got to the point where you know, with the big eye chart with the big E on the top. At distance, I could tell that there was something black there. That might have been a letter.
In the classic eye chart.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I can see there's an eye chart. Can you read the second from the bottom line? No. Can you read the... Moved right on up. Maybe I could, you know, there's a big E. I think sometimes there's like 2 or 3 letters below that. I can sometimes make those out. But definitely needed glasses for driver training, because they give you an eye test for that.
Mm-hmm.
That face looks really good.
I need to clean up a small part of it.
But the way you got the paint down between the eyes and around the eyes, that really came out nice. Looks really good.
I'm probably not going to shade the face too much at all, really, other than the ears. I'm going to do a tiny amount on the ears because they have these black tips.
Yeah, black.
On the ears, according to this picture, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I actually need to clean up the lip and one of the eyes the tiniest amount, but I'm not going to use black wash for that.
Yeah, the face came out beautiful. Really did a nice job with it.
Well, sometimes I'm not painting giant dungeon sets, and I get to actually
Do that.
do things like that.
As opposed to using a giant brush and just mushing paint on 10 corner walls or something.
So, what I need is the black paint.
Actually found a paint right away. That was kind of a surprise.
Good job.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna finish up here. And then I think we'll be done. I know we went a little long.
Yeah, I'm going to start cleaning up a little bit.
Okay. So,
Mainly my hand. And this cup.
I need the tiniest amount of black paint right here.
I'll be back in a couple minutes. I just want to empty these cups out. Wash them out a little bit.
Where the lip got a little... Yeah, thanks. Are you streaming after this, Tech? Or are you off today? Not for a couple hours? Alright, well, we'll come check you out a little later than when you're up. Oh yeah, I know that. Waking up late. Ugh. I like naturally want to stay up late and then wake up late, and I'm always fighting that. So one of the eyes is a little off. So I'm just doing a very teeny tiny correction, and then I'll be done on this wolf. And I even have another wolf to do a side-by-side comparison. Terrible sleeps. Yeah, I know. That's one of the things is having a regular streaming show like this where we start. I have to get up by like 9 at the a.m. Eastern at the very latest. So it forces me.
You know, you paint for 3 or 3.5 hours and you're doing just fine. Then you open a bottle and it splashes all over.
Alright, there we go.
Okay.
Alright, that is a fixed dog face.
Yeah, put that up close to the camera and let it focus.
Yeah, let me close things up, get my brush clean, or else I'll forget.
Oh, yeah.
So, one thing I haven't touched is the actual base it's standing on.
I could do that part.
There you go.
That looks really nice, especially that you really did a great job on the face, the head and the face. Did you do before and after with the other wolf?
Not yet. So that was my first time painting a wolf. Actually. Where is the other? There it is. So, base coat to finish. You get to see. Oh, here.
Oh.
Base coat.
I got to do the line work. I'm good at that.
The line work?
That. The base coat.
Oh, the base coat.
Mm-hmm.
Base coat to finish. We'll take some pictures and throw them up on Insta or something.
That would be nice.
Thank you. Yeah, it helps a lot to have a reference image when you're doing an animal. Yeah, it turned out better than I was expecting. So, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess that's it for us.
Yeah, we'll be back
I don't know
Friday.
if there's any. I mean, we don't have a ton of viewers. Thank you for watching. Do you know anyone that would be good to raid with our 3 viewers right now? We sort of petered off at the end there.
Yeah, well, we went
Long.
a half hour over, so thanks for sticking with us.
Yeah.
That was great.
My phone is a camera right now, so I can't see if there's anyone to raid right now. But maybe someone, our mod, or not. Yeah, not many online right now. I always like to try and raid, but well, we can just leave it at that then.
Yep.
So.
So we'll be back Friday.
I'll take some pictures, post them on Instagram, and we'll be back Friday.
Gluing doors.
10 a.m. to 2 Eastern.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Painting
And then
tiles, making doors.
And then we're playing with the magnets in the base of these right now. And then we'll be doing our DnD stream on Sunday at 2.
Yeah, those repel each other, so
yeah.
You can put one down.
Yeah, and you can push them around.
Like the wolf here, and then the other wolf comes up and... See?
That worked better than I was expecting.
Yeah, I did that by accident yesterday.
All right. We'll end on that. Thank you, everyone. See you Friday. Bye.
Yep. Bye.